confusion as to what kind you are.
Not ready yet.
You don't need anyone standing up for your rights. You're the fucking sugar daddy, innit?
Well, the question is it a minority group? Because from the presence on YouTube, it looks like the more...
Yes. Hello. Welcome to YouTube. There are almost 100 feminists or feminist channels in my main playlist now, and another 100 over at Honey Badger Radio. I and my fellow critters have amassed about 200 examples, and rising, of feminists, big and small, and feminist-leaning institutions, big and small, who have all been comprehensively demonstrated to hold views about gender that are unsalvageably regressive, illiberal, and unegalitarian. 200 examples. Aaron, and you are now one of them. And one of the darkest cases I've ever seen. It was quite a bold decision of me to zoom in on your face like this. I feel like I'm arguing with a haunted portrait of a syphilitic fist.
The people who advocate themselves as feminists, or certainly the militant for feminists, or the ones that are certainly more visible.
Always behind. There are many paths to tread. To the edge of night. Oh, child. Oh, child.
I must always tear up at that bit. I assume it's because it's a sad song, but I always wonder if what's really making me cry is the soulless shithead stuffing his face in his ivory tower.
The people who advocate themselves as feminists, or certainly the militant for feminists, or the ones that are certainly more visible, certainly
How do we identify as the militants?
How do we identify as the militants? How, are you... What?
The militant for feminists, or the ones that are certainly more visible,
How do we identify as the militants?
How do we identify as the militants?
I need to get
It's not an identity! Aaron, it's a description! He's describing some hypothetical feminists as militant. Yeah. Some feminists are militant in their feminism, Aaron. And this is describable as militant. You cannot just use this fucked out identity politics to pretend this isn't true. I'm not strawmanning you, Aaron. I'm asking you this question because I'm genuinely flummoxed here. Is this seriously what you're doing? What's that? Misguided feminists, you say? What do you mean misguided feminists? Do they identify as misguided? No, then they're not misguided. Is that what your fucking knee-jerk brain did just now? Aaron, feminists cannot be called something unless they identify as it. Is that how fucking bleached you are at this point?
Because everybody I know identifies as a feminist.
Was that a slip of the tongue? Or have you honestly never
I'm out of range.
got to know anyone who doesn't identify as a feminist? Because that doesn't speak well to your diversity of thought there.
And identifies with the gender equality issue. Even people who do not identify as feminists, like Jacqueline Glenn, for example.
So you don't know Jacqueline Glenn, then? You just said everyone you know identifies as a feminist, and Jacqueline Glenn doesn't identify as a feminist. I don't know if this is a matrix of slips of the tongue, or if your brain just slipped a long time ago and has not got up.
Still know what the word feminism means, and say that they identify with that ideal.
You mean they legitimately believe in equality of the sexes, but they don't identify as feminists? You mean they're not sexist, and they're not feminists? Wait a minute!
If you are not a feminist, you are a sexist, by definition.
Even people who do not identify as feminists, like Jacqueline Glenn, for example.
I'm going to ask you very slowly, Aaron. Is Jacqueline Glenn a sexist? Or is she magically able to be both not a feminist and not a sexist? Is she one of those exceptions to the otherwise infallible rule? Is she one of those earmarked heathens who is protected by your ordained blessings, oh Father? How many Hail Marys did that take?
Okay, fine. If there are extremists within that group, they should be contended with by that group, because obviously people outside that group have failed every attempt to address that. So it needs to be addressed and corrected from within. Do you not agree?
Interesting point. I think that's another thing we'll consider for later on in the conversation. And to answer your question, yes. For instance, I think the entertainment industry and the educational institutions and the legal system would all be better off if they handled their affairs without any interference from feminists and social justice warriors. Given that feminists and social justice warriors are experts in nothing but lying and bloviating. As such, I'd like to see them absent in any institutions that do not necessarily involve lying and bloviating. A boy can dream.
When you say within, you mean within the feminist movement? They should try and make sure that it's not. Yeah, I agree. Yes, obviously up to feminists to make sure.
Extremists within the feminist movement should be addressed and corrected by the feminist movement itself.
I completely agree, and it doesn't seem to be happening.
Shit, no, it's not happening. For instance, Aaron here is a dictionary-thumping fundamentalist feminist who would sooner shove half of reality up his ass while eating the other half than reconsider his religion's divine authority for one fucking second. And the other feminists are not calling him out. Because most of the other feminists are on the same page. That page of the fucking dictionary where feminism can do no wrong and nothing bad can ever be done in feminism's name because it says so in the good book. It clearly indicates otherwise in the very next passage of the book, but whatever, I don't like that cherry.
Numerous examples of modern feminists who are doing much more than seeking gender equality.
Done it. When it was brought up to me that certain people had wanted to advocate, for example, that nobody could be allowed to attend one of the atheist conferences in sexualized clothing.
No sexualized clothing, Aaron. Did a feminist propose no sexualized clothing? A feminist. Are you telling me that one or more feminists tried to ban self-expression? Or free speech or something? How would feminism lead someone to that conclusion? How do you get from equality of the genders to no sexual clothing allowed? That seems like quite a leap, doesn't it? Maybe feminism's not quite as simple as that one and only definition you're convinced it is. Maybe it might be slightly more accurate to say feminism is the hyper-traditionalist notion that women are victims of everything and it's all men's fault.
I said, no, I objected to that. I said, no, we're talking about adults. They get to dress however they want. They have to decide what is going to be, legal and morally appropriate. This is up to human judgment.
Yes, it's funny how you were arguing with a feminist and you found yourself up against a softcore precursor to Sharia law. So how could that possibly have been a feminist saying that? How could that possibly have been an equal rights advocate proposing that? Just out of interest, have you ever heard a men's rights advocate express any qualms at all with any adults dressing sexually? No? And they don't think anyone should be forced to support a family. Shit, it's not looking good, is it?
And if they step out of the bounds of what the culture will tolerate, well, then that's up to them.
You honestly never hear how sinister you sound, do you?
What do they want? Like people with hats with buckles on their hats? And sort of
I don't know what
puritanical-
sexualized clothing means. You know,
You don't know what sexualized clothing means. Yes, you do, Aaron. It's that thing that's banned in the religious countries. Yes? Stop being willfully ignorant for the sake of excusing these authoritarian erotomaniacs infesting your fucking religion. This is how totalitarianism happens. Slowly, one increment at a time, while you desperately pretend it's not happening.
leave it up to the individual. Let them figure out what is appropriate for society.
If this is what you believe, then why the fuck are you a feminist? If you're going by the dictionary definition there, Aaron, and you've made it quite abundantly clear that you are going to the ends of the fucking earth with the dictionary definition, that let's pull it up again, shall we? You'll notice there is nothing in this definition about the rights or interests of the individual. Not a sausage, Aaron, not a morsel of a hash brown. So, if you define your moral compass around the individual rather than the social collective, then guess what is most definitely not the ideology for you, Aaron? There is no mention of woman here, let alone human. It's just women. Feminism is collectivist by your own definition, your own somewhat adamant definition. And this is why it makes perfect sense for a feminist to want women dressed in burqas, because it's for their own good.
I mean, you seem to be detached from what the YouTube, what I experienced as being the YouTube sort of.
The problem is, I gave a definition of what I meant. I said, I believe that women should have social, economic, and political equality. I was very concise and specific about that.
Yes, and then you were very concise and specific about completely contradicting it.
But because I used the F word label, which still correctly applies, then every video that I've ever uploaded since in 3 years
has had commenters highlighting the internal logical inconsistency in what you're saying and pointing out that this kind of thing often leads to totalitarianism, yes?
has constantly had haters barraging.
This is yet another reason why we don't like feminism. Entirely regardless of the dictionary definition. It is a practical observation. See, when you're talking to a non-feminist and you prove them wrong about something, they sometimes go, shit, I didn't realize I was wrong. I'd better adjust my worldview so it's at least logically consistent. But when you prove a feminist wrong, what do they call it? Whenever you use airtight logic or factual data to refute the statements of a feminist, that feminist will define that refutation as hate. And they will act either like that is a logically sound argument, or that it is better than a logically sound argument. Because emotion, they will drag you all the way down to you are a misogynist for saying 2 + 2 is 4. There is no lose state for a feminist. Either they are winning or their opponent is somehow cheating. Either they are right about everything or their opponent is a big nasty doo-doo head whose feet smell and they should be arrested for harassment. So it's rather laughable to say you weren't involved in Atheism Plus, Aaron. This is why it happened. Because of this shit.
Still not deliberately not understanding that. I don't know how stupid you have to be to have it explained to you so many times and still not get it, but it's a little annoying at this point.
I've got quite a lot of things to save up for later, haven't I?
Yeah, I can understand
Because
that.
I'm
If
not.
you-
I'm not
Yeah,
a
but if you're
huge.
using feminism in the sense of gender equality, yes, and you say that's what you mean by feminism, then obviously it's
Yeah,
annoying
and
if
that's
people are
what
attacking
everybody
you.
I know means.
Well,
And I don't know anybody, and I've never met anybody who means anything other than that.
Except, of course, for those feminists you just alluded to, who define feminism as an excuse to ban women from wearing sexualized clothing. You just used them as a real-life example of the bad feminists who, in your opinion, are doing feminism wrong. So are there, or are there not, feminists who are doing equality wrong and doing it in the name of feminism? And does this, or does this not, disprove your insistent axiom that every feminist you've ever encountered has the best of intentions by definition, Aaron?
If you go to all the leading feminist organizations, women, what is that? WoW or what? All the different magazines or whatever that.
WoW is a festival. Now is an organization. How you got from any of that to some fucking magazines is beyond me.
That promote feminism. That's all what they mean as well.
I don't know who you're talking about, Aaron. And neither do you. You have no idea what or who you're talking about. Yeah, just like most religious believers, you are the group least educated in your own religion.
Well, what I end up getting is that me and the tens of thousands of other people who agree with me.
Argument from authority and popularity, which I can hit you right back with if that's what we're doing.
Are somehow refuted by the one weird outlier or some little group of 12 people in Scandinavia somewhere.
Anita Sarkeesian has 250,000 subscribers. The importance of individual choice.
Who have some different idea. Like I heard about some group in Germany that says that feminists can't be feminists unless they're communist. What the hell? Where did communism ever fit into this?
Yeah, Thunderfoot succinctly made this point without even saying anything. he has the inclination to do the editing and the research, but I have the vitriol to actually yell at you. You, Aaron, approach feminism as an individualist. Sarkeesian approaches it as a collectivist. And given that your holy scripture, the dictionary, specifically says women, not woman, which one of you is interpreting that scripture literally and faithfully? It's Anita. And that's why she's more popular than you. An individualistic religion is massively handicapped in the shadow of a collectivist religion. Collectivists are simply more ruthless. I mean, they have less ruth. Find me a feminist called Ruth. She's probably the chosen.
Right? Obviously, this is an outlier group. Obviously, this doesn't represent the movement at all. These are not what I was talking about, and I was very clear about what I was talking about.
You haven't been in the least bit clear. Aaron, believing internally inconsistent things is not clear. Simultaneously professing two mutually contradictory things is not clear. Ophthalmologists refer to that as double vision. It would be malpractice to call it clear. And as a professional doctor of words, it would be negligent of me, Aaron, not to diagnose you with doublethink.
So if anybody wants to talk to me about this, they need to be telling me that women should not deserve social, economic, and political equality. And if they're not talking about that, then they need to shut the fuck up because they're talking about something other than what I specified.
But they also call it feminism, Aaron. I know you didn't mean this, but you're accidentally arguing with feminists now. feminists who have a different definition of feminism to you. And they're not going to shut the fuck up. Aren't ever. In fact, they're going to call you a misogynist for telling them to shut the fuck up. Accidentally. They'll get an article published about how Aaron Ra wants to silence women online. And they will legally force you to shut the fuck up. And they'll do it all in the name of achieving social equality to men. It's like you keep handing out free sharpened swords to women and saying, go get those evil straight white men. And then you wonder why one day you wake up with a fucking sword in your gut. Well, guess what? All of Europe is now waking up with a sword in its gut. Because of the same blind, twisted cultural suicide as that. And you're next. If your people are weak enough to fall for feminism, then they're weak enough to fall
It's
for
too
Islam.
far away.
And then watch this next clip. It's sen-fucking-sation.
I understand that I've heard stories about some weird outlier factions that believe in, you know, in hating men or whatever, but this clearly is not representative of the entire group, and it certainly doesn't fit the definition that I've given for what I'm talking about, which is the only definition that anybody ever gives.
That was an uncut clip, Aaron. And it was 20 seconds of acute intellectual disaster. You went from some feminists are like that to not all feminists are like that, and then you pulled in at your final terminus. No feminists are like that. You got from some are to none are. Some disproves none, doesn't it? The existence of some disproves the claim of none existing, doesn't it? But you did it. You got from there to there in 3 easy steps and 2 easy transitions. You made feminist man-hatred not exist. Aaron, why would it make any sense for someone who professes a belief in equality of the sexes? Why would it make sense for such a person to exclusively hate men? It only makes sense if hating men is consistent with the established feminist philosophy of what equality is. I.e., if you believe in an unfalsifiable, conspiratorial power structure like the patriarchy. The dictionary does not define Christianity in relation to the Inquisition. And the dictionary does not define feminism in relation to patriarchy. And that, Aaron, is because the dictionary is not a sufficient reference text for defining ideologies. If you want to learn broadly about Judaism or Sikhism or capitalism, you don't just read the entry in the dictionary and then go, whoop, that's it, that's all I'll ever need to know. And that is not what the dictionary is for. The dictionary is for people who have never even heard that word before. It's basically a children's book. or a foreign language speaker's book. When adults, English-speaking adults, want to learn more than 2 fucking sentences about an ideology, they go to things called encyclopedias and historical documentation. These things used to be rare and expensive, but now they are abundant and free of charge online, as are countless reams of statistics, along with the live-streamed thoughts and opinions of the actual human beings who are part of the statistics. So, given all this, if a grown-ass adult who refuses to define their ideology as anything but the dictionary's 2 mutually optional sentences about it. Okay, that person is literally definable, Aaron, as a scriptural fundamentalist. You don't care what people say. You don't care what people do. You don't care what goes on in reality. You only care what goes on between the pages of a holy book. And you will tear out every passage in your scientific textbooks before you even think of discarding those holy verses in the dictionary. I'm slipping out of the angry stage and feeling little else but sadness. But I'm not sad for you. I'm sad for the species we share. It's not looking good.
Clearly, I am not part of a hate group, but they want to associate me with one, even though they've had many different times where I've explained exactly what I mean, and clearly I am not in the confines of the ridiculous little boxes they've made up for me.
One last treasure for the trove I'm going to present later. And now, finally, it's time for later. Take it away, Aaron.
I realize that if you look up under the Southern Poverty Law Center, you will actually see the men's rights activists and a number of other anti-feminist organizations officially listed as hate groups. So it's not just me saying that, it's his ignorant ass not knowing that.
The Southern Poverty
All
Law
right
Center,
then.
you say?
It will
Okay.
take me just
Well,
a
let me
second to
first of
remove
all,
the
let me just
power
close
source.
this
After
dictionary
that,
tab
you can do with
here.
it whatever you
We
like
won't be
now
needing
without
that
having to
holy
worry
text
about losing
anymore,
the data
all of a sudden for some
inside.
fucking reason. Alrighty.
Here you go. The
Southern
power
Poverty
source
Law
is
Center.
safely
Okay,
removed and the
let's-
data
let's
is
just
preserved.
do 5
Well,
fucking
safe journeys
seconds
and
of
all that.
research
Hope
here.
the nefarious
It's a pleasure
science
to welcome back
experiment
to the
worked out for
program
you
Mark
and all.
Potok,
The goblin
Senior
turns
Fellow
away
at the
from you to attend to the demands of the Gadgets and Water Company. You secure the sealed testing kit for the journey back to the Undercity. Apothecary Xingja waits for you and the sealed field testing kit there.
Where would you like to fly to? Go forth to victory. we've got work for you. That is, if you've got the guts to do it. Deep in the Badlands is the Uldaman dig site. We've heard a tale about some idiot paladin who died there recently. Why we even care is that he had a very valuable necklace on him. It's supposedly got 3 large gems, a ruby, a sapphire, and a topaz. The shot, we want it, and we're paying top silver to get it. It may be damaged, but that's neither here nor there. We'll fix whatever scratches are on it.
What you want, hey there. Later.
If we are to make these new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles.
Southern Poverty Law Center and editor-in-chief of their intelligence report. Mark, we've been talking a lot lately about men's rights activism and sort of concurrently, although they do distinguish themselves, the anti-feminist movement in the United States and Canada. And back in the spring of 2012, the intelligence report from the SPLC put out sort of a statement about some groups within the men's rights activism sphere that you guys are watching, but correct me if I'm wrong, you did not designate them as hate groups.
That's true. There was a lot of confusion at the time. Simply, we wrote an article that was very critical of many of the websites and the people behind them in the so-called manosphere, these men's rights organization, but we did not list any of them as hate groups, and we haven't to this day.
So it's not just me saying that, it's his ignorant ass not knowing that.
So what does the dictionary say about feminism? Well, half of the definition is the theory of the political, economic, and social equality of the sexes. Therefore, that is the only definition that has ever existed, and no one has ever defined it any other way. I'm a good boy! I'm a good boy! And if you disagree with me, you hate me and you hate women. I wonder what the Holy Scripture says about men's rights activism. So we take a look, shall we? Well, it says here, it's a practice that emphasizes action in support of something that the plural of man should be morally or legally allowed to have, get, or do. I mean, presumably, Aaron, you knew this already, given that there are rather striking clues to all three of these words right there in the definition of feminism. Do you see them, Aaron? Aaron, are you listening? Aaron, are you listening, Aaron? One more time. This is what men's rights activism means according to your Holy Scripture. Sorry, what? Oh, I don't know anything about that and I'm not involved. But, tell you what, 4 years ago, a social justice think tank didn't define men's rights activism as a hate group. And therefore, men's rights activism is defined as a hate group. And that is the only definition that has ever existed, and no one has ever defined it any other way. I'm a bad man! And if you disagree with me, you just hate me and you hate women. Full circle. You are brainwashed beyond reasonable doubt. When you define feminism, you ignore everything except a single passage in the dictionary. And when you define men's rights activism, you throw the dictionary away. And you ignore everything except a lie told 4 years ago by feminists. I'm now going to amass my collection of saved clips, Aaron. So you're going to spend the next minute of this video speaking on my behalf. You're going to give an impassioned description of the plight of men's rights activists and what it's like to try and do what they do in this world. And you're going to make some arguably jolly good points.
So, I mean, everybody wants to just react to the label because they've been given some false information about it. And there is no point. Clearly, I am not part of a hate group, but they want to associate me with one. Even though they've had many different times where I've explained exactly what I mean. And clearly, I am not in the confines of the ridiculous little boxes they've made up for me. If there are extremists within that group, they should be contended with by that group, because obviously people outside that group have failed every attempt to address that. And that is exactly what they did do. Officially listed as hate groups.
But we did not list any of them as hate groups, and we haven't to this day.
As hate groups.
But we did not
Officially listed.
We did not
hate groups.
Not
not groups.
Not hate groups.
Hate groups.
Not hate groups.
Still not deliberately not understanding that. I don't know how stupid you have to be to have it explained to you so many times and still not get it, but it's a little annoying at this point. Do you not agree?
You will believe one thing for your tribe, and you will believe the polar opposite for the devil tribe. And you'll do it with your conscience intact all the way.
What is
so?
Sweeping the bat pens with this broom is not befitting a Garrett.
If tomorrow
I've earned a little coin from this accursed job, and I'm willing to spend it on you to better my station. The Garrett family weapon of choice is locked away in our chest in the South Common Hall of Uldaman, from when we Garretts toiled there as diggers. Without it, I will be stuck here forever, literally sweeping up after these infernal bats. Reclaim my family's treasure and bring it to me. Help me restore my birthright.
I will analyze this data immediately. Perhaps Keever's insanity will prove to be my genius after all. As for you, you are useful to me, and I reward quite well those who remain useful. Take this item, this coin, and most importantly, my thanks along with them. Check back with me from time to time. I wager that our working together on this project is not at an end.
Speak quickly. How may I be of service? Trust no one.
Cult of female supremacy, you would abandon the dictionary in a heartbeat and call it a patriarchal repository of institutional misogyny. And then you will probably clamp onto some random wiki on Tumblr going, it says here feminism is the righteous fight against the evil forces of the shitlords. And that's the only definition anyone has ever used. This is why this video took so long. Because it takes this long to explore this fucking darkness. Not since Commissioner Slayer have I engaged with such bottomless, intellectual arrogance. The kind that clarifies everything that's wrong with the world to a painfully sharp resolution. Organized supernatural religion is not the problem at all. If you take the authoritarian power away from the Bible, these people will just anoint the dictionary with those very same authoritarian powers. They will anoint whatever text suits their needs at the time. Even if it's science. They'll say, you're a misogynist for not practicing my favorite science. Anything they could get away with calling you a misogynist for challenging. It's their only criteria. And you can tell it's their only criteria. Because it is inevitably where they get stuck every time. It's the wall they can't stop themselves from hitting. No! Words are what I say they are, the world is what I say it is, and bam, you're a misogynist for disagreeing with me. It works in any context. It's more effective than logic. It's more effective than science. It's more effective than any religion. I mean, you're a joke, Aaron. But you're a joke from which the humor quickly and thoroughly drains. I honestly thought David Futrell was the most shameful, hypocritical, worthless collection of cancerous bladder cells I'd ever encountered. But you take it. You really do. Futrell is a worm, but at least he doesn't pretend to be anything but a hack blogger. You think you're a fucking intellectual. And that's what makes you one of the most aggressively stupid people it's even possible for nature to create. I grew up in the countryside, right? The English countryside. I've met some unbelievably stupid people, but none of them are as stupid as you. Because they only have the drive of a stupid person. You have the drive of an intelligent person, but you devote it to willful ignorance. You're like a strong, healthy person who only uses their power to beat the shit out of other people. You're worse than weak. You are a weakener. Stupid people sometimes know they're stupid. But you remain convinced at all times that you're the smartest person in the room, even when you are saying the stupidest shit anyone over the age of 3 has ever said. You're not just an ignorant hick, you are a practitioner of deliberate ignorance. You heard of kingmakers? You are a hickmaker. You are much, much worse than a run-of-the-mill hillbilly. You can't just keep your stupidity to yourself. You have to suck out everyone else's intelligence. You are an absolutely appalling excuse for an intellectual. I don't know. I would sooner trust any human being's education to a gap-toothed inbred creationist with a mole in his beard than to you. Because you lack the critical thinking skills of the average mole. And anyone who ever admired you should feel embarrassed for ever giving any attention to the suckered windbag you've either become or always have been. Almost felt pity there. I almost felt some pity there. Almost. But no, it's your face, dude. It's like theatrically evil. If you had a sweet little neotenous face, you might have got away with this, but events have conspired to make it almost neurologically impossible to have any sympathy for you. You talk like a medieval silverback warlord, and the fact that you also look like one is the last nail in the coffin. Future generations will look at this video and think, holy fucking shit, that guy existed. He looks and sounds like the brain-damaged reincarnation of Genghis Khan. And all you guys were busy with was saying Donald Trump is Hitler. I despair. I do. I do. I do despair professionally at this point. I'm lucky that counts as content, but I can't actually handle any more of you, and I'm done. R.I.P. the so-called skeptic community. Speaking of which, Microw's still dealing with the usual vexatious litigation from the usual suspects. My career rocks. It has rocked for years, and he very nearly got destroyed. Go support him. Shit. And anyone who's willing to stand up to this utter fucking wank. There is no identity.
The seal of the earth is held by
Freethinker.
3 rune stones, held in
Not
the
true.
pillars of diamond,
Not even
opal,
Freethinker.
and amethyst
There's
in
nothing
Lethlor
left to
Ravine.
trust
Using the
in
sign of the earth, you will be
memes.
able to remove the rune stones and unlock the seal
So
of the
there's
earth.
nothing left to trust in
Be
genes.
wary, though, adventurer. The Black Drakes,
It's just
Blacklash,
us.
and Hematus are not to
It's
be
just
trifled
humans.
with. See them dead and return their bindings
Information
to me.
doesn't care
To
about
reach
it.
the ravine, travel to the far eastern
So,
part of the
make
Badlands.
information your
Be
servant,
careful,
not your
though, for the
master.
ravine is home to countless
Dig.
drakes.
Alright, I will also dig. Word.
Can I help you? You have a great day now. I got what you need.
A while ago, I had an incident with the Shadowforged dwarves. They brought me to Angor Fortress to study 2 types of strange stones from Uldaman. I discovered that the stones were sustained, stable power sources if treated correctly. It's amazing the things one can find in that old dig site. Anyway, after I told them the secret of the stones, they kicked me out of Angor Fortress and began digging for more in Uldaman. I want those stones for myself. Bring me both types and I'll pay you plenty.
Oh my, there is a doom approaching. Mark me, a doom. No, I cannot speak of it, cannot utter their names, or they may hear me. But if we learn, yes, if we learn more of them, then maybe we can learn how to foil them. Maybe. Go into Uldaman! No, I said it! You must find the town.
salvage. I can smell the necklace from here. Now let's look at that beauty. Hey, what do you think you're trying to do here? This necklace is missing the gems. You think we wouldn't notice? Even Malton could see that the gems are gone. Well, maybe you didn't steal them. But this necklace is worthless without those gems. Your job isn't done here yet, not by a long shot.
As sure as Malton is a dummy, those gems are still in Uldaman somewhere. You're going to have to go back there and look for them. Like I said before, if the information we have is correct, then there's a ruby, a sapphire, and a topaz
that go with the necklace. Find them and put them in the necklace. As to where the gems are, who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and find the corpse of the paladin. If he's not been stripped clean already, then maybe he's got them on him still.
I guarantee this bank's security with my own blood. Is that good enough for you?
May your blades never dull.
If we are to make these new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles.
Where would you like to fly to?
Be safe.
Hi, I'm Mike. I identify as that. Because the shoe fits. But I mean, I look at my birth certificate and it says Michael. It's pretty straightforward. I also identify as a musician, a comedian, a cartoonist, an anti-prohibitionist, an anti-censorship advocate, an atheist, a skeptic, a Gamergate supporter, a MGTOW, a women's rights advocate, and a men's rights advocate. I identify with all of these terms because they describe my outlook and all the things I do. Okay, now, before I get stuck into this, I'd like to propose a challenge. A simple challenge to anyone in the audience who's up for it. Give me off the top of your head 3 examples of things that men's rights advocates fight for. You got them? Be honest. Don't just give me the right to rape, murder, and beat women. Actually, be honest about what you hear men's rights advocates talking about. Just three things. Take your time. Pause me if you must. You got them? Good. By now, I presume most of you, are at least intermediately immersed enough to think of 3 things. Now, give me off the top of your head 3 things that feminists fight for. Be honest. Actually, be honest about what you hear feminists talking about. The first 3 things that come to mind. Or, any 3 things. You got them? Okay. Are they similar to the men's rights ones, except in a faraway continent? Are they similar to the men's rights ones, except a long time ago? Do they actually involve human rights? Or are they made up bullshit like the wage gap? Or ludicrous bullshit like catcalling? Is there anything in there that compares with the things men's rights advocates typically talk about? In your own parts of the world, happening today? Also, how much influence do feminists have over our universities, our courts, and our legislature? How much influence do men's rights advocates have over our universities, our courts, and our legislature? Are we good? Are we on Earth now? Excellent. Now, I don't know. What should we do? Well, let's look at an arguably defensible statement. Every religion and atheism is getting feminized. I mean, it's a bit over the top in my opinion. It's a bit clickbaity, but there is at least a sort of vein of truth to it. As we've seen, the games industry is getting feminized, or at least they're trying very, very hard indeed to feminize the games industry, and they've been met with a lot of pushback. And they feminized the atheist community, and were met with less pushback, which in itself is interesting. But if feminize is the verb form of feminism, then atheism is definitely getting feminized. Literally. Steve Shives is doing it right now. So the second part of this sentence is perfectly true. Actually, if feminize is the verb form of feminism, then it's fair to say our education system has well and truly been feminized. And as such, so has everything in our society that draws its moral compass from our education system. From TV commercials to blockbuster movies, there are rules and obstacle courses put in place by feminism, and a lot of us are pushing back against this authoritarianism, and as a result being viciously dogged by the press at every turn. This sentence you are looking at may seem over the top and clickbaity, but it is at least arguable. Now then, I wonder if we could get someone commenting on this. Perhaps someone whose head is floating right next to this sentence. I wonder if we zoom out a little here. Well, oh, hello.
I make fun of the MRA just as much as I make fun of feminism. They're the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so let's examine the statement, every religion and atheism is getting men's rights advocatized. You can't get anything past the censors or the professors or the government without first running it past the men's rights advocates. I'm not seeing any such claims on this page. Is there anywhere on the internet where I can find such claims? Such headlines as Our society is getting overrun with men's rights advocates? Jezebel, perhaps? Is that why you think the men's rights movement is the same as feminism? Because when feminists tell you things, you listen and believe? Now, while he was saying, Shu was saying, oh, you might have missed that, but it's the reason I'm not getting on Shu's back. I think that, was your honest reaction to what he's saying. The rest of it is just nervous laughter. I understand. I did the same thing with Sargon. He's like, rights of men isn't the same as men's rights, and I'm like, ha 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 ha. Okay, let's move on, shall we? It's like he was like, it's not as though circumcision's mandatory. I'm thinking, okay, let's just talk about Shives, shall we? Let's not let him do the damage he wants. So I think I know where you're coming from, Shu, but you, sir, entirely invited upon yourself what is now happening. The MRA, and feminism are the same thing as far as you're concerned. Well, allow me to attempt to curry your concern. When Nick Redding of Men's Rights Edmonton responded to you and did a very good job of defending the men's rights movement, and he was very polite about it. I am not here to defend the men's rights movement. I am here to do whatever I can to help my fellow humans to not say utterly retarded shit. And I am not polite about it.
One says they're for equal rights for women, one says they're for equal rights for men, and then when you press them on it, they both say they're for equal rights for everyone. Fine, whatever, you're the same thing then, you're just arguing about what you should call yourselves.
Steve Shives says he's a skeptic. And you say you're a skeptic. And when either of you are pressed on it, you say, well, I don't believe in bullshit. Fine, whatever, they're doing the same thing. You both claim the same thing, therefore you're both vapid, head-flapping ponces. What did I do wrong there? What did I do wrong there? I neglected to mention the niggling little detail that Steve Shives is a fucking liar. And you neglected to mention the niggling little detail that when feminists claim they want equal rights, they are completely fucking lying. You're saying this in response to Steve Shives. Steve Shives lying about shit, claiming he wants equality when he wants no such fucking thing. You know how much feminists lie. You know that they make their fucking living from lying. An entire faction of your audience and your worldview rely on the stark observation that when feminists say they want equality, they are lying. But you will still take that entire principle of yours, that entire section of your worldview, and fucking defenestrate it at a moment's notice for the sake of mocking men who want their children back. Are you seriously fucking serious? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying the other thing? That when men's rights advocates say they want equality, they are also lying. Babies aren't being mutilated. Families aren't being broken up. Men aren't being denied the basic due process of innocent until proven guilty. It's all just the same whiny, made-up bullshit as the wage gap. Is that right? Men's rights advocates are also standing up at the UN and saying we're being victimized, so you have to fuck up the internet forever. You know this happened! It was the last thing you talked about before you got onto this!
went to the UN and told them that they're fucking mean to her. The opposite of feminist is not misogynist. The opposite of feminist is not a feminist.
All except for this one particular kind of not feminist. This kind of not feminist that calls itself an MRA. It is not the opposite of feminist. It is the same as feminist.
Anyways, just like you were saying, though, it's the horseshoe theory. But not only are, at the top is say us, the people who refuse to identify as either.
Are you a women's rights advocate? This is all just terminology at the end of the day, but this is how it works. If you are a women's rights advocate, but not a men's rights advocate, then you are not an egalitarian. If you are not a women's rights advocate, and you are not a men's rights advocate either, then you are not a humanist. Unless you only advocate for the rights of non-binary pansexuals. Is that the corner into which you're going to paint yourself? Because you would by no means be the first. Look around you! Those people are everywhere, and they're called wankers.
On the bottom of the horseshoe on one side, feminism. The bottom of the horseshoe on the other side is the MRA. They're right next to each other. They make all the same arguments. They do all the same things.
Don't get angry. Don't get angry. I'm going to do that for you. Okay, so let's look at the sets here. You got an enormous group of feminists over here. Literally millions. Probably as much as hundreds of millions. They have nothing left to fight for in terms of equality. So all they do is bully people. You got another one over here called Christianity, another one over here called Islam, and so on and so forth. And, over here you've got an online community of maybe a couple 100,000 people. A couple of 100,000 atheists. Saying, keep your feminism away from our atheism. Over here, you've got another, maybe a couple of 100,000 people saying, keep your feminism away from our games. And by the way, as a Gamergate supporter, I have, of course, encountered the argument, UGGs are just the same as the SJWs. You're both just extremists arguing with each other about pointless shit. And as a skeptic, I have, of course, encountered the argument, you're just as extreme as the religious people. Do you have a considered response to such an argument? That's a rhetorical question on my part. My point is you have an answer to it. I think if you jiggled your fucking brain around for 1 second and applied that same considered response to the men's rights advocates, then I wouldn't have to say all this shit. But you fucking don't, so I do. So basically, the men's rights advocates are the one group of non-feminists who aren't in the non-feminism club. Because you've decided they're not non-feminists. They're the same as feminists. Because this is what you do with the horseshoe. One end of the horseshoe is the 100 million strong faction of feminists, whom we all mutually know and acknowledge to be insane. And you can step over the huge amount of atheists saying, hey, feminists, don't take our atheism away. You can gingerly maneuver around the huge amount of gamers saying, hey, feminists, don't take our games away. And you can look at the tiny paint spot of humans saying, hey, feminists, please don't take our human rights away. The people saying, don't separate men from their families, their homes, their jobs, their educations, or any sensitive part of their skin against their will, and that's the other end of the fucking horseshoe. It's the same as feminism. In the face of a worldwide dilemma in which feminism is attacking your favorite thing, and your favorite thing, and your favorite thing, you're looking at the people who are brave enough to say, I am a men's rights advocate, and you're deciding, those are the people we exclude from the non-feminism club. See, alright, okay, now that you're getting several MRAs up in arms going, wow, you said mean things about us. Is that what's going on in your head? You're going, wah, MRAs are saying wah. Yeah, this keeps fucking happening. You get to say retarded shit about men's rights advocates, and then when men's rights advocates say, oh hey, we have a response to the retarded shit you just said about us, you stick your fucking fingers in your ears and go, oh, what a bunch of whiny faggots, what are they bitching about this week? Yeah, we're bitching about the retarded things you say about us. This is what we deal with. Everyone fucking does this. You think you can say retarded shit about people and then just forget, just jettison any memory of you saying the retarded shit. And it's fine because it's just MRAs. Fuck them. They deserve it for some reason. Why do you do this? Why do you think it's okay to treat human rights advocates like the new kid in school? Like, permanently. Every fucking day we come into this school, and it's like you all forget that we exist so you can just treat us like the new kid again. Hey, new kid, why are you such a whiny faggot? What? Why are you lashing out at me? I didn't do anything. See, he really is a whiny faggot. Did this ever happen to you in school? Right? I reckon this happens to like at least once to most kids. Like when some douchebag is behind you in class, like poking you with a pencil or something over and over and over again for ages. And then right at the moment when you finally flinch and go, get the fuck off. That happens to be the moment when the teacher looks up. So that's all they see. They see two students messing around. So you both get detention. Because you're both the same. You're both as bad as each other. That's what it's like being a men's rights advocate. Every fucking day. And I really hoped atheists would understand. I really hoped gamergaters would understand. But no, you've got to have someone, haven't you? Someone you can pass that punch onto. Do you actually want to abolish this system? Do you actually want to get off this ladder? Or are you perfectly fucking happy being on the second rung? And despite all this, I'm not going to tell you you're just like everyone else. I'm not going to tell you you're a feminist just for doing the exact same shit the feminists do. I'm still not going to call you a feminist because you don't identify as a feminist. You probably identify as a long series of attributes, like the one I did at the beginning, a different one. And most feminists identify as a completely different series of attributes to either one of us. Most people have a unique combination of such attributes, and I would rather address individuals on an individual basis than broadly cast everything I don't understand into the same net of it's not worth understanding. I would put the same challenge to you that I would put to the feminists. If you're going to say shit about men's rights advocates, would you be so, generous as to furnish us with an example? At least one goddamn fucking example of a men's rights advocate being like a feminist. So we can actually have the argument, rather than suspending ourselves in this ethereal fucking soup where we go, yeah, I guess MRAs are just like that. MRAs are like a thing. They're like this thing. They're like that thing. They're like a double-decker fucking bus this week. How about showing us one fucking thing that a popular men's rights advocate has said? How about actually doing a video response to an MRA, like you do with religious people? When you think religious rednecks are doing it wrong, you feel the need to prove it with video evidence and polemic responses. When you think advocates of the human rights of men are doing it wrong, you just fucking say so. And it becomes true. Or you just look at the worst anonymous comment you can find in the arse end of an old YouTube video and go, see? This is why you're as bad as the people fucking up our universities. You have a couple of choices now. Person whose name I've not mentioned out of respect. You can go the Kevin McInnes route and say, it was all just satire. was just joking. I was just trying to get a rise out of you. I was just being irksome. Or you could gracefully admit that these statements of yours were ignorant and earnest. Or you can say nothing and move on. I don't care in any case. But if I start to hear shit like, see, this emotional reaction from MRAs just proves everything we said about MRAs was true, then I would advise you to rethink your approach to Google safe spaces. And think of what the reaction to that proves. Yeah, sometimes it's good to have fun with a doublethink and get well soon. Like I say, I'm not here to defend anyone. I'm here to help you all with the utterly retarded shit you keep saying. And that keeps on drawing me towards the utterly retarded shit that everyone keeps saying about men and the advocacy of their human rights. It bugs me, is all. I will play you out with something I buried deep in a Honey Badger episode not long ago. If you make me say this shit again, I will say it again. Over and over again. Until you stop saying this retarded shit. Goodbye. And try actually being a skeptic instead of just a cynic.
Alrighty. I've got an analogy. Right. Egalitarians who don't understand how feminism works are like agnostics who don't understand how religion works. I mean, particular flavors of agnostics, the pompous ones. Agnostics who think they're better than atheists and better than religious people. It's a position very often taken by those who don't understand enough about the subject to have an educated opinion, but instead of just saying, I don't understand enough about this, instead of saying, I am ignorant of this, instead of saying, I don't know, are you seeing the irony? Agnostics will say, you are both wrong, and I know because I'm in the middle and I see all things. Well, guess what? There's more than one middle. Well, pretty much everything is just another middle. Feminists certainly aren't on the far end of the gynocentric spectrum. There are crazy radical feminists that even most moderate feminists will denounce if pressed. And MRAs certainly aren't the far end of the manosphere. You've got to admit the craziest ideas usually come from MGTOWs and certain PUAs. Men's rights advocates are the equivalent of women's rights advocates. Because men's rights are the equivalent of women's rights. You don't get to pretend they're not. And there is no equivalent of feminism. There is no institutional dogma in any school or any university that clearly and plainly, in theory and in practice, favors men's rights over women's rights. Not even the religious schools. And if you can't see that, then maybe you're not quite as centrist, not quite as egalitarian as you think you are.
That was amazing.
Mic drop!
You seem to have found the remains of the paladin that Dran had mentioned from before. Searching the remains uncovers what would appear to be his journal. The book is in poor condition, as dried blood has stained most of the text in the book. What you can read, however, is gibberish. It is written in the native tongue of the humans to the best of your knowledge. You'll need the book translated if you are to glean any knowledge from it. At an impasse of sorts, you know that you will need the book translated into a language you can understand. There certainly are a number of people in the world who could do it. The closest location that might have someone who could, however, is the Kargath outpost in the Badlands. Perhaps that is a good place to start.
Beep. Beep, I say. I hope there's nothing fucking up with the beep. Good. Alright. This might be a long one.
And this is a real life proper feminist.
Oh.
She's so professional.
A couple of parameters that make it more likely that I'll take up a video request. The more recent, the better, and the more views, the better. So if it's from several years ago and it's still only a couple of hundred views, that really is punching down. It's going out into a field to punch an ant. But if it's a video from last week and it's 100,000 views, that's like a caribou walking past my house. And I'll be like, hey, caribou. And the caribou will be like, hey, what about that moose that's always passing by? Yes, that's Lacey. I have a rule. A fucking no moose twice rule or whatever. And you're the first caribou I've seen. Nothing personal. I just remembered this is a story about me punching a caribou. Don't punch caribou. Caribous. Caribou. Caribella. Don't punch mooses. Moose. Meeses. Morsh. Just don't punch any of the deers. Fuck you, ungoloids! Fuck all of y'all. Whatever y'all are called. You fucking non-conformist collectivists. You arbitrary, irregular plurals. How dare you be what I say you are?
No, but in all seriousness, you know a lot about the subject, more than I do.
Okay, so Twist over here is going to explain feminism to Daisy over here. Spaced. Figure it out. Who am I? Am I Mike? Am I Brian? Or am I Simon Pegg? By the way, thank you for your comments. Message received. Yes, I am aware that I remind you of Simon Pegg. And no, you are not the first to point that out. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a dick, but yes, also Jack Sparrow. Yeah, if you're English and you drink enough, you end up sounding like Keith Richards. This is inevitable. I've only just passed 25,000 subscribers, so I thought I'd answer a couple of your more common questions, but I thought I'd weave it into a video rather than just do a separate one. Get me to 100k and maybe I'll do a hangout. So, Twist, my dear. Tell us what qualifies you as an expert on gender.
I talk about it a lot and think about it a lot. Like I think about it a lot. And read and watch and all of that stuff. I absorb a lot.
And in the meantime, I don't even get to call myself an advocate of men's rights, unless I'm running an empire of helplines and refuge shelters entirely from my own pocket. Boy, I sure am glad you normal folks don't engage in all that double standard identity politics wank raggery!
I used to be very much, if you don't call yourself a feminist, then you're an asshole. Okay. And now I'm kind of a bit more like, call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, but don't be an asshole.
I call myself whatever I want, you say. Alright. What I'm going to do now is see if I can call myself an anti-feminist and not be, in your opinion, an asshole. And if we can manage that, we'll move on to the highest difficulty setting. Calling myself a men's rights advocate and not being, in your opinion, an asshole. Why is that the hardest level? You'd think the hardest level on feminism would be anti-feminism, but no. The world doesn't have much of a problem with anti-feminists. They've been around for just as long as feminists. Perhaps stoking the fires the whole time. The media doesn't have much of a problem with anti-feminists or PUAs or MGTOWs. They take every disagreeable thing said or done by all of these groups and blame it all on men's human rights. And its movement. And its advocates. But they do not hate men. No man hating anywhere. We don't hate men. We just really, really don't like the concept of their rights. And we strongly believe everyone who advocates for said rights should stop. Forever. And we reserve the right to lie through our teeth about you to millions of people until you stop advocating for the human rights of men. That's all. No hate here. Just no human rights for men, or we'll bully you to death with lies. Okay?
The best way to explain this is to talk about why I, specifically me, use the word feminist.
Is it? I suppose that is a better answer than look it up in the dictionary. But my advice would be, get an accumulated report from as many people as possible, feminist and otherwise. Consensus is usually a good yardstick. Like, if you're at a restaurant or a bar, and you want to know what Coke is, and for the purposes of this scenario you do not, you see the word Coke in a menu, you might instinctively think you're being offered cocaine. And the dictionary will only expand that definition to a formation of fossil fuel. But if you look up from the fucking books and out from your fucking bubble and talk to the other people in the restaurant or bar, you will soon get your consensus. It is a sugary soft drink that tastes like malted battery acid. Which is wonderful with honey jack, but whatever. Coke with a big C doesn't appear in the dictionary, because the noun is what we call proper. Feminism does appear in the dictionary because it's what we call improper. Ooh, snap, snap, snappy, snappy, snap, snap, snappy, snappy, snappy. And even Coca-Cola, the biggest, richest company in the fucking world, is not big enough and rich enough to bully the dictionary curators into adding the passage, Coke, noun, the drink that refreshes all things equally. And thank fuck for that! Otherwise Coca-Cola would have free reign to start poisoning people with shoe polish and ketamine. And they could just point to the dictionary and say, no, look, it says Coke refreshes all things equally. Why do you hate equality? Oh, you're dead. Do you see the problem? The world's biggest, richest company could not pull this off, but feminists did. They got their brand name put in the dictionary and defined as its own success. And now they can do whatever they like and call it equality. And no one's successfully called them out on it. No one's gone, hang on, why the fuck is there a commercial for feminism in the middle of the fucking dictionary? Does that sound like something that would happen in a patriarchal society? In a patriarchal society, the patriarchal dictionary would be telling us that patriarchy means equality. But we live in a society in which the dictionary tells us feminism means equality. You may do the mathematics as to what that says about this society and its dictionary. But we can say for sure it's not equal. In an equal society, the dictionary would not be telling any of these lies. It would tell us the plain truth, that patriarchy is the rule of men, and feminism is the rule of women. I'm not saying universities need more patriarchy. I'm saying the other thing.
But the way that I think about it is that if you don't call yourself a feminist, then you're not recognizing the systematic historical oppression against women.
Wow, Daisy, mate. Daisy. My face went. I know that feel, bro. Fucking hell. You can call yourself whatever you like, but if you don't call yourself my religion, then you're not recognizing the divine, omnipresent transubstantiation of the dear leader. That's all you did there. You cannot back up what you mean. by systematic historical oppression. You just learned those words and now you think they're magic. You need to come in with examples. Actually come in with them, not just start and finish with some fucking jargon. But you never come in with examples because you don't have any examples that are not bullshit. I do have examples, by the way. You are now one of them. 2 of them, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what Daisy's deal is. But yeah, I've got 100 of you now, at least. Should I answer another question? For those asking what mic I use, it's a Zoom H4n, so handy recorder. Basically got a computer inside it. Not a stage microphone. There's no cool way of holding it without accidentally turning it off. Not for rock stars, only for geeks. It can run on batteries and record digitally onto itself, and I film with a GoPro. So at any time I could get up and just walk to Leicester Square without stopping the recording. That's how mobile I am. And yet, the whole setup remains static on this table in this grotty bedroom the whole time. Ha ha ha! It is funny how I troll you, no?
We've come a long way, and yes, men have issues too, women have issues, everywhere else in between on the gender spectrum have issues. Usually all these issues are due to the patriarchy, which is this invisible system.
Do you feel enlightened now, Daisy? Are you glad you brought her on? Do you understand now that patriarchy, you see, is this invisible system? Yeah, yes, everyone has problems, but it's all men's responsibility because of the invisible system. Again, gynocentrism, invisible, cannot be satisfactorily demonstrated to exist. Patriarchy, invisible, cannot be satisfactorily demonstrated to exist. Feminism, visible, demonstrably existing, right here in front of you now. Yeah, and as far as I can tell, a feminist is someone who believes in one and only one of these undemonstrable, invisible phenomena, namely patriarchy. Not only do you believe in an unfalsifiable spirit, you believe in intervening in the lives and choices of other people on the grounds of the existence of this unfalsifiable spirit. That, my dear, is called theology. You are welcome to it, but it is not welcome in the Faculty of Science. I hope one day that becomes clear.
The reason why I call myself a feminist is because I recognise the fact that
Daisy's getting very bored now, Twist.
even though the patriarchy screws men and women over equally, historically and currently so,
she needs an example of what you're talking about.
Women do bear the main brunt of it. So that's why I use it.
All you're doing is restating in a thin variety of generalities that women have it bad and it's all men's fault because of invisible magic.
And women and men suffer differently. The things that the patriarchy makes shit for them are very different things. Most of the time, men benefit from the patriarchy.
Could you do me a favour and sum up the patriarchy
Okay.
in a sentence?
Well played, Daisy. Very well played indeed, for real. I might like you. Yes, Twist, can you please stop completely failing to describe how patriarchy works and actually describe how patriarchy works?
So the patriarchy is the systematic cultural ideas that we have in society that value masculine tendencies and characteristics over feminine tendencies and characteristics.
Yes, that's a very good sentence. For example,
For example! Well, look who showed up. Nice one, Daisy. Thank you for being about to give us an example. Where were you 7 jump cuts ago before we had to undergo that wafting funk of hot air on the right there? It took you this long to realise that she's never going to elaborate what she means because she has no fucking clue what she's saying. They might as well be magic words to her. She's just a pretty face and some fucking jargon. Don't worry, I'd be embarrassed too if I brought her on as an expert on something, on anything other than remembering names for things. So, go on, Daisy, give us an example of society favouring masculine characteristics.
For example, I was watching a video yesterday on how the majority of Hollywood movies have females in a kind of sexy costume.
Would movies have... Actually, you ask it.
Would movies have females in a kind of sexy costume?
In society that value masculine tendencies and characteristics over feminine tendencies and characteristics.
Yes, that's a very good sentence.
Well, you tried, Daisy. Your example was an example to the contrary of what you were looking for, and you only made it worse, but at least you tried.
It's about representation and visibility. The men's issues thing...
Might that have anything to do with representation and visibility?
I've been thinking about a lot recently.
No, you haven't. You've just been calling it patriarchy and blaming everything on the patriarchy. That's not thinking about anything. It's just casting magic fucking words on everything, Hannah. Twist. Hannah. Your name's Hannah. You're pissing me off now, Hannah.
Because basically, men get screwed over by the patriarchy as well.
Called it. Called you calling it that. You're a mentalist, Hannah. When I acknowledge that women have problems, I do not blame all of those problems on a phantasm like gynocentrism, or even on a concrete dinosaur like feminism. There is no one thing on which you can blame all of your problems, or all of anyone's problems. And yet that is precisely what you're doing. That is your philosophy. Women have problems because patriarchy prefers men, and men also have problems, but it's also because patriarchy prefers men. So the solution for equilibrium in both cases is for everyone to prefer women. At all times, at all costs. Is it not funny how that works? Did you notice? Take what I said just now and replace the word patriarchy with the word God. Women have problems because God prefers men, and men also have problems, but it's also because God prefers men. This is not new at all. It's what they've been saying for thousands of years. All they did was change one word, and they didn't even change it by much.
Men get screwed over by the patriarchy as well because of the expectations of masculinity.
Yes, it's almost as though someone gave them the impression that they are to blame for all their problems and for everyone's problems.
And what that means. The main thing that a lot of people bring up is the fact that the biggest killer of young men is suicide. And actually men have really high rates of mental health problems.
Yes, it's almost as though someone gave them the impression that society is rigged for their benefit. And if you believe that society is rigged for your benefit and yet you still fail over and over again, it stings. In a place that makes you want to end your life. And your solution to all of these suicidal men is smash the patriarchy. Your solution is to re-rig the system so it doesn't benefit men. Even if they're going, I'm suicidal because I can't see my kids. Your response is, okay, better rig the system so you can't see your kids. Oh, you killed yourself. Who did that for? And that sounds straight up evil, but I don't think you're evil. I think you're just very stupid and you don't care, which isn't the same as evil. I don't quite know what evil is, but I don't think it's that. You're just stupid and you don't care. Shit happens.
Because it's not seen as like manly or strong to talk about your feelings.
And it's not seen as morally defensible to talk about your human rights. It's not seen as broadcastable or even uncensorable to talk about your human rights or your feelings about not having them. If I said I'd like to have a child whom I'm allowed to raise, or I'd like to have sex without automatic financial responsibility for a child, the feminists will cut my mic before I can get through my sentence, they'll have me escorted out of the building, and they'll claim I harassed them with hate speech. And then, they will claim that men's only problem is they're not allowed to talk about their problems. And that feminists are helping. That feminists are the only people helping, and that no one else is allowed to help. Because feminists have totally got this. Because they're psychotic. They don't know what compassion is. They don't know how empathy works. They had to unlearn it so they could learn how to own people using nothing more than basic tribal word trickery. It's not new, it's not liberal, and it sure as fuck is not progressive.
And feminists care about that
Yeah,
too.
yeah, it
That's
damages
like
women,
part
men,
of... Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, well, aren't you nice? If, nice guys, yeah? If so-called nice guys were really nice guys, they wouldn't need to declare themselves nice guys like that, would they? They'd just be nice. In the meantime, you feel a perfectly justified need to declare that feminists are nice and feminists care about everyone without ever actually demonstrating that you care. That is a gross and opaque double standard, one of many in a lattice of double standards that you hold to instead of a conscience.
That's part of what we do. Like, if you break down the patriarchy and you break down gender roles...
What are you left with? What's not been broken down after you've broken all that down? Might it be feminism and nothing else? Yeah, and that's your idea of breaking down gender roles. Prevent any trace of any system that might benefit men, i.e. patriarchy. And what's left over must be equality. Because that's the only kind of inequality. There's no such thing as a system that benefits women. I mean, this gynocentrism of yours doesn't satisfactorily exist. Feminism doesn't count. Feminism has no power, except in the learning institutions and the media. And anyway, feminism doesn't just benefit women. Feminism is about equality, because it prevents systems from benefiting men. If we certainly don't need a counter motion to prevent systems from benefiting women, there are no systems that benefit women. Feminism doesn't count. Feminism is about equality. Round and round we go. That's what it's like in a feminist's head. It's horrible. It's like a pendulum on the end of 100 other pendula, with loads more grouped together in like n-dimensional tentacles on a jellyfish of standardized chaos. Oh god. See, I do this because it's like taking a drug. It makes you think so stupidly that it resets your brain.
Everyone benefits.
Exactly. That was very good.
Yeah. I'm trying. But they're still gonna come for us.
Yes, I came for you. Hello. It's just... you're talking like a politician. And a really slimy one at that. You're not explaining anything. You're just stringing buzzwords together as you think of them, with no contextual elaboration. I expect this from politicians whose job it is to lie. I don't expect it from regular people sat on a sofa trying to talk like normal people. This is freaky.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy that you're happy. Genuinely. See, folks, they don't appear to mind. Are you telling me I harass women online? Do they look harassed to you? Do they look like they feel harassed? Do I? Okay, break time. I'll take a few more questions from the comment section, shall I? The more common ones. Is that real alcohol? Yes, all of it. Even the absinthe, even the Baileys. I do not lie to you. Why would I? Why don't you have more subscribers? Because I'm not more good. That seems to be the logical answer there. I don't know why you keep asking me. Tidy your room. You cannot see my floor, you mental case. All you can see is the bed and some shelves. Shelves are supposed to have things on them. I did not spend 7 years in the ministry of putting things on top of other things to abandon that discipline like yesterday's putting things in holes which are the same shape as the things. Alright, back to the sitcom.
We're going to mess up because we have privilege.
Me too. Pretty simple answer, right? Pretty balanced answer. And we were okay with the balance of that simple answer. Until about 100 years ago, when some women changed their minds and decided they can't mess up because they're not privileged. And now most women believe it. All it took was a century.
There are some things that we just like don't notice.
There's quite a lot of things you haven't noticed. Have you noticed? Yeah, I don't know what to do.
But our job is to like sit and listen.
No.
To people with less privilege than us.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. I know when you talk to men about your problems, we tend to react as though you want us to fix them. And we get it now. You don't want us to fix them. You just want us to sit and listen. And nod our fucking heads. And say, yeah, that's crazy. Totally. She's completely in the wrong. We get it. That's what you want. That's what cures your problems. Because your problems are back-tier first world problems. That have no cure other than a loosening of your own neurosis. We understand that now. We learned it from the sitcoms. They were much more honest than you. But listen to me, ladies. You know how men instinctively want to fix problems instead of just listen? Well, that's what they want from you when they tell you about their problems. On the rare occasion that a man might come to you with a problem, he is not just looking for someone to listen and nod their fucking head. They need help with something. They are actually trying to fix something and they need your help. And this means, among other things, that when a man advocates for his human rights, that doesn't mean he is whining about a girl who doesn't like him. It is far more likely that he is whining about children who never get to see him. He needs your help. Maybe you can use that sly, superficial politicalese of yours to have a talk with a government representative about why this infringement of human rights must continue. No? Your skills would be better put to use, blaming everything on an invisible spirit that's all men's responsibility. Okie dokie.
And then basically like support them.
Yes. Support them. Support men, please. And perhaps their rights. Can you call yourself a men's rights supporter? Or is there something about labels that just doesn't suit positivity towards men? Labels and positivity towards men are two phenomena that appear to be magnetically repellent in this reality of ours. It is most queer. Before you have a go at me for using that word, please consider what I just said.
I like to use the analogy of feminist goggles.
You see, Sargon didn't make that up. They did. They just have no fucking self-awareness.
So like once you see the patriarchy, you have these goggles on, and like you can't unsee it. Like it's everywhere. Like it literally is everywhere. You can see it.
I thought you said it was invisible. How does it become visible? I mean, what are the goggles? In this symbolism, what in reality do the goggles represent? It's the indoctrination, isn't it, Hannah? When you've read enough books and ingested enough propaganda to the point where it has pushed all the reasoning facilities out of your brain, then you suddenly see something that is mysteriously invisible to all the normies. And people have the nerve to accuse us of being conspiracy theorists. I am not telling you about shit that doesn't exist. Feminists exist. Millions of them. There's two in front of you right now. There they are. Both searching for answers in the side of their neck. Like people always do when they're totally not spinning a load of bullshit. They are real, and this is what they believe. They believe in an omnipresent, unfalsifiable, super fucking natural conspiracy against women. They feel no burden to explain how the fuck it works, but they demand everyone change their lives because of it. These people exist. They have been running our fucking universities for generations now, and that is why there are currently millions of them sat on sofas in reasonably expensive pastel-coloured apartments all over the world, bumbling their way through the kind of postmodern nonsense that would make a Scientologist's eyes glaze over. And in the face of all this, I'm telling you, misandry is a thing. That makes me a nutjob tinfoil hat widow. Please, get a fucking grip, people.
And it's exhausting, it's tiring, it's scary, but that doesn't mean we can't take them off.
I thought you said you can't unsee it. It's invisible, but you can see it. And then you can't unsee it, but you can. I take it back. You make politicians sound articulate and helpful. A couple of things I've learned. Lawyers may be bad, but they're not as bad as the press. And politicians may be bad, but they're not as bad as identity politicians. Because in both of these cases, the former is at least sometimes competent. You know, it's lawful evil as opposed to chaotic evil. Once you've stared into the eyes of chaotic evil, anything's better. Yeah, I don't mean evil. I still don't mean evil. It's fucking D&D reference. Shut up.
Casual sexism. The classic casual sexism rape joke here and there. Exactly.
What is sexist about a rape joke? Please? Oh, that's right. We decided it's not rape when women do it. Because this is a sexism-free zone.
Just accept what they say and believe them, like really believe them and support them in whatever way they need.
I'm being discriminated against. I need you to dismantle feminism. No? Do you not believe me? Or were you not listening?
I don't know. You're just so much better at putting your thoughts into words.
I don't think she is, Daisy. She finds it easy to speak, but that's just because she's convinced she's intelligent. That's in no way indicative that there's any thought behind what she's saying. I think the people who put the most thought into their words are the people who struggle to speak. An artist is someone who finds art difficult. The politician is someone who finds politics difficult. And so on. What do feminists find difficult? I think you know the answer!
And like a big phrase that was going on at Women of the World Festival is if you can't see it, you can't be it.
Then how the fuck did men figure it out?
And so like we need to be able to see women doing all these things.
Because women cannot see men as role models. Correction. Feminists cannot see men as role models. Women are fucking normal.
Wow, this has been well serious.
I'm not pooping you. Not at all.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
We're all problematic.
That's one way to go. I quite like the good old-fashioned phrase, nobody's perfect. I think I'll stick with it. I think they're basically the same sentiment. I think nobody's perfect is perhaps a nicer phrasing than we're all problematic. That's all I got for that one.
Yeah.
Like, the main thing is how people deal with the criticism.
How you holding up, ladies?
He's watching. I've heard him. Yep. Good. Bye.
You're just so good at putting your thoughts into words. Yeah, that's the end. Sorry that this had no structure. It's like painting a portrait without shaping it, starting in one corner. It's just this hideous, perspectiveless Cronenberg monster. And the ending is just as graceless. You what? You want to know about my gear? Yeah, I'll show you my gear. You mean my instruments, don't you? Not my drugs, naughty people. I clearly don't do any of that stuff. Day. Yeah, if you want to see my if you want to see my gear, probably have to go widescreen. Medium screen. Widescreen's a bit weird. There we go. Oh, fuck, you want some guitars, won't you? The acoustics you'll already know about. Straightforward tanglewood effort, the one you see me play. Yeah, I asked the guy in the shop for a fairly cheap acoustic that's good for tapping. And I think he just gave me a random guitar. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, which is fair enough, because neither do I. This motherfucker. My other acoustic was also a tanglewood. It's electroacoustic. I did most of my learning on this, as you can probably tell from the state of the fretboard there. It's horribly out of tune, and it's always been horribly tinny. But, yeah, this thing's been with me to Australia and back, so we're quite close. Oh, shit! I forgot I had this! Oh, shit! What does that say? Can you read that from there? Say my name. Mingach. Say my name! Yeah, David Mitchell gave me that. But that's a story for another time. First guitar I ever owned. Rather frosty looking Charvette. Don't get excited, it's one of those cheap Japanese knockoffs. I don't play it anymore because it's fucked. Yeah, bog standard Strat. Gotta have a bog standard Strat kicking around somewhere. I don't play this anymore either, though, because I have a Telecaster now. One of countless Telecasters, no doubt, named Graham. After Graham Coxon. Coxon's my boy. Look him up. This is the guitar you've been hearing on all those songs. Ever since Doxy's TV. They gave me 10 grand to make that. First thing I did was buy a Telecaster. And an effects unit. RP500. There's countless effects on this thing, and I only used 2 patches. one with a sort of crunchy overdrive, and one with a full-on metal distortion. The sound I want is somewhere in between the two, and I can't conjure it, so I just use both. That's why it all sounds rather muddy in places. I like it that way. You can't hear any of the specific mistakes. But yeah, I don't really go in for effects. I'm all about the notes and playing them. I think it's called technique or something. Funny that machinery is called technical, and the human element is called technique. What a difference a language makes. Yeah, here's the... Okay, now, I'll show you that. Yeah, it's the keyboard that's been on my immediate left this whole time. It's a Yamaha DJX. I've had it for 18 years because it has not stopped working for 18 years. I mainly use it for drums now. I've been playing the fucking piano since I was 8 years old, and I'm still rubbish. Yeah. Oh, but the bass! Shit, I forgot the bass. I like the bass. The buttery biscuit bass. Only bass I've ever had. It's a Fender Precision, but nobody knows what kind of Fender Precision, apart from Dusty. I've taken this to many gigs, and every time I've never seen a Precision like that before. Yeah, apparently nobody has. It's either a hack job or it's worth $1 million. It's kind of fucking clunky, really fucking heavy, but yeah, it's good enough for punk. I'm not plugging anything in. The amp's all the way over there, and I've already done enough dancing tech monkey business for you people. I hope that satisfies your curiosity. Please do not tell me how I can improve my sound. I do not use the same software as you. Thank you for the offer, but I've worked with other engineers in the past. Most of the time they just want other people's shit to sound like their shit. They're like interior decorators. All they really do is insist that their subjective opinion is the objective truth. You're not a fucking architect. Get over yourself. Alright. I'll play you out the remix I made, without the aid of any of these instruments. If you have any complaints about it, feel free to contact the original composer. Probably won't take you long to see what I've done here. Goodbye, and forever fuck the wrong rights and right the wrong fucks. Right?
Feminism. Women who claim to be so-called women's rights activists are creeps, confused about why men don't throw themselves on their Nobody likes being rejected by someone they're interested in, but coming up with conspiracy theories about males who seeking to destroy all women or whining about how unfair it is that a man didn't respond to your religious advances the way you wanted them to is really just a sick reaction and symptomatic of the bigger problem that you, as a fuck girl blind to your own privilege, are so used to getting what you want and so unused to expressing your emotions in constructive ways that you feel compelled to turn your negative feelings back onto the man you were trying to get to fuck. And then you go off and watch weak, simple-minded, and frankly counterproductive dicks. Feminism, training tutorials, fuck boys. Feminism, training tutorials, no, men's rights. Feminism, training tutorials, there's no such thing as romantic. Feminism, training tutorials, whining, creeps, fucking creeps, and listen to fucking ideology, teach you how to try and manipulate other people's feelings so you might have a chance at sleeping. Feminism, training tutorials, fuck boys. Feminism, training tutorials, no, men's rights. Feminism, training tutorials, there's no such thing as romantic. Feminism, training tutorials, whining, if you think feminism is our actual ideology, your priorities are fucked up and you're a fucking loser.
dares awaken Arcadus? Who dares the wrath of the Makers? Awake, ye servants! Defend the discs! To my side, brothers, for the Makers!
I got the best deals in...
That's great you found some. Thanks a lot, adventurer. You're the most dependable person I've met. I can't wait to try these on some devices I've been tinkering with. I bet that, under the right circumstances, devices powered with these stones will keep going and going and going. The Badlands is a harsh place, filled with vicious predators and bold scavengers. Scary, especially for a short little goblin. To survive, I have to be tricky. I know the recipe for flash bombs. I use those to scare away wildlife. But I'm running low on one of the ingredients, crushed blue pearl powder. Get me some and I'll make it worth your efforts. Heh, and I hope you have good boots on. The blue pearls I need are found from clams at the Vile Reef. Yep, the Vile Reef in Stranglethorn.
What? Oh, fortune is with us. Thank you. We may yet be saved. The tablet tells much, but not enough. Not nearly enough. There's a book, a digest that Yargian wrote in ages past. The People I Fled From. They keep this book in many places, and their most learned study it. It holds vast knowledge. Knowledge to protect us. Go to Keeper Belduga in the Undercity of Lordaeron. Show him this sigil and he'll think you one of them. Ask him for Yargin's digest, and bring it to me.
Hello, man. Okie dokie. Relax. See ya later.
If we are to make these new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles.
Where would you like to fly to? For the Horde.
past. A broom worthy of a garret. You're bloody well worth every silver I spent on you, I say. Do you hear me, foul bats? I now wield the Garrett family weapon of choice. Tremble, bats, tremble!
Be quick about your business. Beware the living.
Be discreet with your signs, adventurer. There are those who do not believe the righteousness of our pledge, and there are those who would see us fail if they knew of us. We must always be careful, and watchful, and patient. You need Yagi.
That better be good. This had better be good.
Watch.
I'm listening.
Yep, it's all here. Say, mind if we keep the bag too? No, thanks. Appreciate it. Hair. This necklace will be our greatest haul yet. Don't feel too bad, though. I'm sure the necklace wouldn't fit you anyway. Har again. A deal is a deal, so here's your fee for the salvage. Our business is done here for now. Check back later to see if we have more work. Until then, beat it.
As Dran and Malton Droffers begin to squabble over their new salvage, half of the deal is now complete. A trip to the Badlands is now in order to finish things up, as Jarkle Mossmeld and Kargath might have a special reward waiting for you there. You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider. What are these here, then? Impressive, young one. These discs. In them, I sense secrets that the Earth has held on to tightly for many years. You were very wise to bring them here to me. I shall focus my energies on these discs. They will reveal their true workings to me in due time. As for you, adventurer, I will now reward you for your diligence in bringing this to my attention. Take this voucher to Baina Winterhoof, the alchemy trainer for Thunderblood. She will give you a special item I believe you will find appealing, and she will supply you with a choice of potions from my personal stock. Return to me soon, as I sense there is much more at hand for us to do regarding this find.
The winds guide you.
When I first saw the undead, I wept, for I could not imagine their horror and loneliness. The Earth Mother spoke to me then. She sang in my blood, and she told me, "Save them."
Well, adventurer, you must have pleased Sage Truthseeker greatly for him to give you this item. You are also to be granted a gift from his cache of potions. You may choose between 5 superior healing potions or 5 greater mana potions as your reward.
Greetings.
Strength. Sug. Go forth to victory.
Nukta. Go forth to victory.
Where would you like to fly to? Be safe.
However, you'll have to fight both NPCs and players too. But before we can start the mission, we will have to hack the
I see. Gravel has a big scheme planned? He has a sinister mind. I like that about him. So you'll need something to addle wits, eh? Something powerful? I wonder if the mixture Zanzil feeds his zombies could be used. Zanzil the Outcast dwells with his followers in the Jubuwai and Aboraz ruins, northeast of Booty Bay. He is exiled from his tribe. Why? Well, Zanzil has methods of bending the minds of others, and his leaders fear him. He uses a mixture of jungle plants on his followers to suppress their will and strengthen their bodies. His mixture would be worth much to those who wish to control others. Bring me samples of his mixture, and I will find a use for them.
the comm array so that we can turn down their
to a first world country, she lives a very pleasant life. First kiss in high school, merit scholarship to go to college, living with too many roommates in a group house. Good friends, bad friends. Fun dates, bad dates. Age 25. She's maxed out her Roth IRA for the first time this year. Amazing to think she's already saving for retirement. Age 27. She's in love. This is the year she gets married. Age 30. Her first child. Age 38. Her first home. Age 48. Her child is off to college. The similarities in their appearances are off-putting. Everyone thinks they are sisters. Age 50. What is happening? She looks and feels as good as she did when she was 25. But all her friends are aging. Some have tragically fallen ill with cancer or heart disease. Age 55. The doctors don't know what's going on. Her cells are not decomposing. Her bones aren't shrinking, and her muscles don't show any signs of weakening. Her cognitive tests show 0 declines. Age 60. Word has gotten out about this timeless woman. She's done some press about how she has kept in such good shape. She signs a book deal. Her child has a child. She's a grandmother. She looks identical to her daughter. Age 65. Her book, 40 Years a 20-Year-Old, is a New York Times bestseller. Her family has built a very comfortable nest egg of several $1 million from her lifetime of retirement savings, plus her book sales. Age 70. She has taken to athletics and is setting all sorts of national and even world records for her age bracket. Her stardom rises. Age 75. She's still in peak shape, but now her daughter looks older than she is, and her partner looks elderly. She starts to feel distant from her spouse and her child. Her social circle starts shrinking as her childhood friends now look entirely different from her. And she's too much of a novelty to make friends with people who look and act her age. Age 80. Her partner passed away, but she hasn't aged a bit. Her everlasting youth made her an international celebrity. Is this immortality? She wonders. Age 100. The last person she ever knew from her childhood has died. She feels this weird sense of isolation from humanity. Age 150. Her celebrity has taken on a more mythical status. She is a frequent and celebrated talk show guest and provides historians with all kinds of eyewitness accounts of events over 100 years ago. She has no real close friendships and has decided to direct her seemingly immortal life toward academia. At that time, climate change has extremely damaged the Earth, and governments in many coastal countries have collapsed. Age 165. That nest egg she thought she needed to pay for her retirement and her book royalties have been gaining compounded interest for decades, and she is a billionaire many times over. Money means nothing to her. The concept of a nation-state is disrupted as physical boundaries of the Earth are rewritten with changing sea levels and desertification of many agricultural lands. Age 180. She's fallen in love again. She starts a new family. It feels weird at first, but she is happy and loves having children again. This is a bright spot in the face of global starvation and population loss. Age 350. She's had 3 families and has seen 3 beloved life partners die, and generations of her descendants die. Life is too much to bear. Everyone she loves is gone in the blink of an eye. No one is even alive to share in their memory. She falls depressed. She tried to take her life and is horrified that she cannot die. She wonders if she has lived a previous life and is now in hell. Perhaps she is, because the world itself is becoming more and more unstable. Age 400. It's taken 50 years of therapy and processing, but she decides to give life another try. Her immortality is a curse for her, but it might also be a beacon of hope for humanity. In the meantime, nations are formed much more fluidly and, with a greatly reduced global population, can be easily overthrown given the right conditions. Now that she has attained demigod status and immeasurable wealth and knowledge, it only follows she would form her own nation and build a utopia for humankind. She calls it, reductively, Eden. Age 450. Her compounded wealth is ridiculous, and she has some of the largest venture capital investments, hedge funds, and philanthropic organizations in the world. Eden is a bastion of wealth and vitality as she is able to personally fund the government and support the population with a universal basic income. She has spent hundreds of years working on the most difficult problems of physics and mathematics. She's made discoveries that would be unachievable in a regular lifetime. She's developed a way to travel through outer space as fast as 0.3 C. Age 500. Preparation is complete. She will become the first human, if you can call her that, to leave the solar system. She is going to use her technology to go to a solar system that's 4.7 light years away, the closest to Earth, where there is a possible planet in the habitable zone. She is obviously the best candidate as she can guarantee that she will live to make it there, and, if she decides, back. At 0.3 speed, she'll reach it in only 10 to 20 years. She could be back to celebrate her palindrome birthday of 555. Age 600. She made it. She found a habitable planet. Her arrival was disastrous, however. Her massive ship failed to slow down, collided into a vast portion of land, and leveled off everything in her sight, killing most flora and fauna. Some of them were massive creatures that were as tall as trees. Age 650. She feels something she hasn't felt in over 600 years. She feels older. She can feel her own mortality in a way she hasn't since that first time she went to the doctor's office, and he said he couldn't diagnose her some 600 odd years ago. Age 690. Communications with Earth abruptly ended 10 years ago, and she hasn't received anything since. She is pretty sure that isn't a good sign. Instead of planning her return, she decides on Plan B, developing the several 100,000 diverse embryos to build a new world here that she will stay to raise. Age 691. Her memory is fading. She has arthritis in both hands. She has had a bad cough for months, but she has almost found the perfect place to found civilization. She just made it to a large landmass with wide, fertile plains. Age 695. The camp is set up, but she realizes she is dying. There is such poetic justice to this. She, a bridge between worlds, the last of her kind, starting a new world while hers is ending. decades-long wish to be mortal and die is now seemingly coming true, right when she wants to live so she can raise her children. Age 699. Her test batches have all gone horribly. They just can't survive. It feels almost as if the world is just not ready for people like her. Perhaps, she thinks, it's a sign. Yes, in her old age, she started to believe in things like signs and fate. Perhaps this place must age a little longer to be ready for humans. Age 700. This world is a beautiful place. She feels connected with the universe and feels this solar system is truly her home. She's traveled light years and left a dead world behind to found a new one. After centuries of fame, she feels content that she shall die and leave a world that will never know she existed. She takes her beautiful children, frozen in their state, to their time capsule where they will sleep until the conditions are right. And more kinds of wildlife that could feed people. She kisses them goodnight, walks to her favorite spot beneath that one alien tree, and it feels like home. She closes her eyes and falls asleep.
Hello YouTubers, this is Anubifar. On the 5th of May 2023, as part of Invictus, CIG released the RSI Lynx Rover, a small-ish six-wheeled runabout that's designed to operate from the RSI Connie Phoenix. Let me break this down for you. This is a new release, so remember that it will continue to be available beyond Invictus if they keep up with the regular SOP, usually 30 days. It's no surprise to me that CIG releases a second small pledge during Invictus. The Lynx is now the newest offering to the universe, and it's priced really well, despite luxury. Passengers are surrounded by a panoramic view like the Phoenix with the extra windows all over. Its signature piece, the thing that makes it more special than the Ursa, is the luxury, and it was said to be slightly shorter to fit better within the Phoenix. Based on that, and even before testing, I would expect it to fit anywhere that you could fit an Ursa. They actually said that in the Q&A. It might therefore be a nice little upgrade for your Connie Andromeda or Aquila. The Lynx is similar to the Ursa in its capabilities, mounting 2 size 1 on its turret. The turret can fold off to the side. They released a Q&A. I actually like it when they do this. It has a softer suspension, allowing passengers to enjoy drinks on the move. Shields are the same, armor is slightly reduced except for the underparts. The Phoenix and the Green Phoenix will both have a Lynx, but they didn't confirm if the Lynx itself would be green, which is a little bit weird. Maybe Xylo, you can field that one for us. There's a bit more room for gear, but the passengers do have 2 full closets for their equipment. It has no special defensive equipment. The Lynx will be slightly quicker than the Ursa, but will handle the same. There are no beds to log out from. It has internal component racks, and there's champagne by default in the fridge when you spawn it. Let me make some sense of the various purchase options. First, it's free. It's the free fly, so go test it for free. If you like what you see, then the Lynx standalone war bond is $55 and $60 standalone with store credit, but that comes with 10-year insurance. You can get an Ursa and Link 2-pack war bond with LTI for $95. The same pack is $105 with 10-year insurance. Paints are also available. As I said in the Fury video, the CCU upgrade path is available, but because it's very low in price, your upgrade options are quite limited. Consider that if you're going to spend the new money anyways, just opt to buy the war bond as the overall best value to support the project. And I also said in the past that you don't need to feel obligated to buy anything, and I always remind my viewers that you're the adult with a credit card. That's it. That's where I'm going to stop. I have things listed in the description. Please watch out for my day-to-day summaries of the overall show. My goal is to grow, and I can't do that without the help of citizens like you. We're nearing 75,000, which is such a great milestone. Stay tuned for more. Fly safe.
Feels like yesterday. You made your first mistake, wasn't your last mistake. All the things you say, lies that infiltrated. I bet and I believed them. Nothing left, nothing left. But the heart it rules the head. You've been gone for so long. My heart breaks, but I can't it's basic. Cause a taste of you is bitter sweet.
target. Finally, justice is served. You have struck a mighty blow against these vile nomads. With Scorpid Sting's demise, this might be just the thing to finally push those squatters off of Gadgetson's water wells. By the authority of the Gadgetson Water Company, I gladly award you with this bounty. You've done a great service for us all. Top-notch work, adventurer. Top-notch. You've thinned down the nomad population to a point where we can actually take the fight to them. If you haven't already, talk to Spigot operator Luglunket here. He gives a bounty on any of the Waste Wander water pouches you may have run across while bringing those nomads to justice. Sergeant Bly stole from me. He said he'd only borrow it, but he stole my cherished Divinomatic rod. Without that rod, how will I know where to dig new water holes? Find Bly and bring me my rod. I heard he led his band of ill-reputed adventurers to go treasure hunting in Zul'Farrak to the west. I bet you'll find him there. Let's hope the trolls took care of him, because if you have to fight him for the rod, then you're in for a serious fight.
So Belgrum sent you. You are just in time person. Let me explain the situation, and then you can decide if you are up to the challenge. But if Belgrum sent you, I am sure your courage is unquestionable. The effects of the Gorduni Ogre tribe can hardly go unnoticed in this area. Look around, adventurer! Their very presence scars this land. We must push them back before they expand even further into Feralas. Follow the river north, and you will find their outpost. Decrease their numbers, adventurer. We must show them that their kind is not wanted here.
I just arrived here in Feralas, and I've heard that the Gorduni ogres that inhabit the wilds here have some interesting minerals. Who knows what they are up to, but they sure are protective of that stuff. They don't leave it just lying around. No, they bury it to protect folks like me from getting their hands on it. If you'd be willing, I'll give you my shovel. Go to the Gorduni outpost north of here and dig me up some Gorduni cobalt. Look for the blue glow, then start digging.
Well met, adventurer. I've traveled with my companion down to the Feralis on a mission for our Orgrimmar masters. My life mate Corin finds great pleasure in new clothing, so I aim to make her a new cloak adorned with the gossamer wings of fairy dragons. Would you be able to help me? Sprite darters with gorgeous wings I want are west of Camp Moyachi.
The Gnolls, they are more than a nuisance. They are a constant threat to the existence of this very camp. It is irrelevant whether they are indigenous to Feralis or not. If we do not strengthen our resolve against them, we will find ourselves driven out of the entire region. The Gnoll attacks against the camp have become more fevered as of late. We need your aid in thinning their numbers. Bring to me 10 of their mains, and I will reward you handsomely for your effort. Go. I take pride in my leather work, and I feel it shows. Quality should never be compromised. Anyone who says that quality doesn't matter would also have you believe that the Earth does not keep secrets. In my latest pursuit of high-quality materials, I have discovered thick Yeti hides. Yetis are native to Feralis, often found west of here in Feral Scar Vale. I'll give you a choice of one of my leather goods for a stack of 10. If that is agreeable to you, then we are set. Go.
Target something first.
must ensure the survival of this camp at all costs, adventurer. Our enemies must not be given any quarter, for they would surely give us none were we to need it. This is proof of a good start, adventurer. Your skills as a soldier are to be commended. You are not the only one I ask that task of. Many before you have fought them, and in times past our efforts have kept them at bay. Recently, though, their attempts to push northward into our area of influence have increased dramatically. Their attacks have also become more savage, almost as if they were desperate. I have a plan, though, adventurer, that might settle things once and for all against them. The plan is for various leaders of the Gnolls, Alphas as they call themselves, to be taken down within rapid succession. If we're able to execute this sort of swift and precise devastation against them, it would cause chaos in their ranks. Perhaps it would also drive a message through their thick, flea-bitten heads that we can and will destroy them. I want you to be the messenger of my will. Eliminate 5 of their alphas within 1 hour for this to work, adventurer, or we'll remain at this impasse.
Where would you like to fly to? ended up finishing elementary school in less than 1 year, and high school in 6 weeks. His mom remarked, the newspapers never missed a chance to try and prove that he was insane, or psychotic, or simply a freak. In truth, Billy was a completely normal child in every respect. The media attention followed him to set up with William that he didn't want to educate her. She was also seriously ill as a child. Nonetheless, she thrived under the guidance of her brother, who taught her how to read and write, and she passed the entrance exams to attend university. In his 30s, William settled in Boston, again doing menial jobs. The media had a heyday when they found out he was working as a lowly office clerk. An unflattering article in a Boston daily newspaper read, William J. Sidis, now 39, was once declared by a group of eminent scientists to be a coming innovator in the field of science, with potentialities as great as Einstein and as brilliant as Marconi. Yet yesterday, a Sunday Advertiser writer found him in a small room, wallpapered and dark, where for the past 5 years he has lived unknown, unsung, uncaring. His health had also started to decline. He was overweight and had high blood pressure. It would have taken him 2 hours to solve, but he refused. William's biographer concludes he could not take a job of complex figuring without risking emotional and physical thought of doing math. Another time, a cousin needed his math skills to help solve a dental problem involving the alignment of teeth. He offered William $3,000, the equivalent of $55,000 today. It would have taken him 2 hours to solve, but he refused. William's biographer concludes down the stairs, which, when played in reverse, appears as if a hidden source of energy is pushing the ball up the stairs. He did acknowledge that his work was speculative, and his theory has never been proven. But it was never taken seriously in the first place. It was ignored. There wasn't a single review during its time. He made headlines for being a boy prodigy and for his private life, yet no one paid attention to his academic work. He stopped writing about physics, math, and cosmology altogether. While in New York, he took on menial jobs, including working as an operator at an office that was using an early mechanical calculator called a comptometer. The papers were all too keen to splash the headlines about success or prominence expected of someone so brilliant. Was it because his parents pushed him too far? A faculty member at Rice University, where William briefly taught, disagreed. Dr. Gerard believes he was the victim not of intensive education given by his father, nor of the romantic curse called genius, but of the thoughtless cruelty of the public. The New York Times once excitedly described William as a wonderfully successful result of a scientific forcing experiment, and as such furnishes one of the most interesting mental phenomena in history. As we now know, early success did not guarantee a fulfilling and successful life. If William had a different upbringing, the outcome of his life might have been entirely different. One thing that's certain is his exceptional mastery of science and mathematics. If you'd like to sharpen your skills in STEM, I recommend Brilliant.org, a website and app where you can answer puzzling questions like this. A cup of warm water is suspended in a large pot of water held at a steady boil. Will the water in the cup ever boil? Assume the large pot never runs out of water. The answer is that it will never boil. As the cup of water heats up to 100 degrees Celsius in the boiling pot, heat flow stops since both are at the same temperature. Brilliant can enhance your scientific thinking, computer science, and math skills no matter your skill level, giving you an edge in today's competitive marketplace. I use Brilliant to go through their logic courses, which have improved my analytical thinking. You can try out Brilliant for free for 30 days by heading to the custom link in my description, brilliant.org/newsthink. And the first 200 people who sign up with my link will get 20% off their premium subscription, which gives you access to all the offerings. Thanks for watching. I'm Cindy Palm.
How may I be of service?
Trust no one.
Hello, my friends. Welcome.
You're doing very well in the art of tailoring, I must admit. Now let's see how good you really are.
Victory for Sylvanus.
Welcome back to another video. Usually when we talk about the Meta 556 guns, the first thing that comes to mind is either M4A1 or the HK416A5. But today I want to show you a different HK, an HK G36, which most of us have been ignoring for the longest time. Now it is time to change that. First thing I'm going to show you is how to build it, and then I have a few raids lined up for you guys to show you how it holds up in an actual raid. Right, first things first, we need ourselves a G36, which you can get on the flea market for, apparently right now it's 48k. Usually it's around 35 to 40k, but it doesn't matter, you're gonna get most of it back anyway, so even if it's 50k, it's still a very good price for it. Once you get that, we're gonna go and edit the preset, and the first thing you gotta do is remove the vent, and then you can change to the 318mm barrel. Add the gas block, get that out of the way, add the gas block, and then add the 4 vent. And then next thing you want to do is change to the G36 sight mount, and then you can mount whatever your go-to sight is. For me it's the XPS30 holographic sight, but obviously there are many variants that are much cheaper if you want to save some money. And the next thing you want to do is add the handguard rail, and then go with the SC5 foregrip if you can get it from the traders. If you do not have access to it from the traders, you can switch it up to AFG, which is basically the same recoil but just -2 ergo, so it's not that big of a difference. Next thing I want to do is change out the stock to the KV variant and remove the magazine. Switch to the NATO magwell. No idea what that was called before, not gonna lie. And my go-to is the battle mag, but you can go with whatever you have available or whatever you want to use, so that's personal preference. And then we want to go with the muzzle brake. We're looking for the 223 CB and add the Ultra 5. And then on the side, I do like to add a laser as well. I go with the TBL because right now, as you guys know, we have the
and what
flashlight
is
buds.
this? It appears to be
pretty much the
venom
build.
from some
Costs
arachnoid
around
creature I deem.
150,000
And where
to
did
build,
you get it?
depending on some of the prices.
I
You can get it on
must have
flea
a
or not.
fresh sample
For some
of the
reason, it
venom
doesn't let me buy
The
the Ultra 5
spiders from
off
which
the
it was
flea market
gathered must
straight
dwell in
through
the hinterlands.
preset menu.
Hunt them until you
purchase
find an
this stuff,
undamaged
and then I'm
venom
gonna go
sac
onto the
and
flea
bring it
market
to
by
me.
just right-clicking
You will
Ultra 5
find
here, and
many
then
spiders
buy
near
for
the troll
66K.
city of Shadra
There is also
Alo.
barter for this,
Do not
for
tarry,
one boss
adventurer,
cap
for
and
the
2
venom
letter
sac
caps, but
must be fresh
depending on the
when you
price, it
deliver it.
usually adds up to the same price. For some reason, I don't know why this is 66k. I usually get it for like 45 to 50. I'm not sure what's going on. So right now I can't build it with the Ultra 5 because for some reason it's sold out. So I'm just gonna ignore the Ultra 5. And as you can see, all of this stuff is left over. You can sell it to a mechanic and you'll get back around 35k. So if you bought the gun for 45k, you only basically paid 10k for the gun. The gun itself technically is super cheap, and I highly recommend you guys try this build out. I do have an Ultra 5 here. I don't know why I switched these up, but here's the full build. Let me know what you guys think of the build, and hope you enjoy the raids as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Take care. I saw him run behind the shack, but I didn't realize he was looking around the fucking corner there. I'm legally blind. GG, man. GG's. My rig is already gone. Fucking hell. I think I might have to scoop up that trooper. Timmy? Nah, this was a Jimmy. you take out my hand in one shot, bro? Why you bully me? Fucking. This one's for Kobe. That's a 3-pointer right there. That wasn't even close. Back out of here a little bit. Got to throw this away as well. Yeah, I definitely don't want to play G36 with a 60 rounder because the ergo goes down so much. You can barely hear your own voice, even though you're literally wearing a fucking dome on your head. You should hear your own voice like 6 times louder. Hold on, bled. Hold on, bled. Hold on. Don't ask, I don't know what I'm talking about. Besides, hold on, bled. Impossible.
I need to get closer.
I think it looks fucking horrific.
I can't cast that yet.
Disgusting. I haven't looted anyone yet, besides this guy. No sure. I see someone over there. It's I see someone over there. An average doctor disrespect armor enjoyer.
Not ready yet.
My looting is so slow right now. How you doing on level 2? I feel bad again. May he rest in pepperonis, our dear friend. His sacrifice is already forgotten. Honestly, like an hour of farming, I could probably scoop it together, but I just can't be asked. I fucking knew I saw something here. I knew it, but I didn't trust myself. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. Bro came in heavy. I know, I would like to take that trooper. I could stack the backpacks, but I want to be able to access my face shield. I mean, I assume the barter is still pretty expensive. I could check, but usually the barter catches up to the price eventually. Can't see a fucking thing. No, you can't. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you cannot. Yeah, you can't. The prison pocket is sacred. No face shields allowed. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but it is what it is. A lot of blood there. Or didn't see that body. Bro, it's crazy how it fucking blend into the fucking wall there. Stab. Not gonna lie, I thought I dropped them with the first shot. You guys see that? Of course, my horse. The fuck out of here, man. Now I remember why I used to think I was good at the game. So it's just I kept running fucking helmet. I'm just tanking everything.
What can I do for you, adventurer? Strength.
think this is sufficient enough cover. Fix my shit. A good question. I think you're better off always using auto, unless you're going for like long range shots. But even then, you can just tap it manually. I wouldn't. I don't know. I would never use the semi-auto on an automatic rifle. Yeah, ADAR can be fun. AK-545 is pretty sick, to be honest.
Oh, splendid. The venom is quite
Decent
fresh
ammo
and I'm
is
sure very
available
deadly.
on flea market
Thank
as
you.
well, which is nice.
The venom from the brood guards wasn't as potent as the venom you brought originally. It must have
Guys,
come from a
inspecting
different spider.
hands.
I want a fresh sample of that venom. To find out where it came from, you must consult with a troll who knows the Witherbark well. Master
Look at his
Gadrin
thing.
in Senjin village. Travel to Duratar and speak with Gadrin. With luck, he'll know where the Witherbarks get their venom.
Greetings, traveler.
Look at that.
GG's Winter. You almost had me, bro. You double tapped me in the face.
I've been expecting you. Where would you like to fly to? Winds be active.
That's a beautiful song. Let's go.
Imagine, if you will, a world in which movie sets have no safety restrictions, where Alec Baldwin has a higher body count than Mary Magdalene, where Viggo Mortensen has far more trivia notes from the set of Lord of the Rings, and where Tom Cruise is basically the same. A world not too far from our own, a future that may have come to pass had one certain tragedy not sealed its fate. You are now entering a dimension of sight and sound. You see a video title up ahead, and you know you are watching one of the worst accidents in film history. The Twilight Zone movie disaster. Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, this video is brought to you by Holzkern. Holzkern may have started small, but after 7 years and over 1 million customers satisfied, they have become the place to go if you want a watch made from all natural materials with a unique personal touch. Holzkern make watches, and not just any watches. They are a small team based out of Austria that produce the highest quality watches and have been since 2015. Their watches use materials directly from nature with as little processing as possible. I've got a fair amount of respect for nature, and I think it's good to get out and actually touch grass as much as possible. Every Holzkern watch is a unique piece due to the grain, marbling and iridescence of the wood, stone and nacre. Another thing that we can thank nature for. While Holzkern watches are made of natural materials, Holzkern understands that you must give back what you take in order to preserve our planet. So everything from production, packaging and delivery are designed to be as sustainable as possible. Also, together with partners such as the Jane Goodall Institute, Holzkern supports reforestation projects and various other projects that have environmental protection or social support in mind. A Holzkern watch is designed to remind you of the nature that it comes from, the connection that you have with it, the uniqueness you share with it, and the importance of how you spend your precious time. It's also great to have something unique and sentimental that lasts. So get a unique Holzkern watch today, either for yourself, family, friends, or that special someone, with a 15% discount on all products using my code COUNT15 at holzkern.com during checkout. Free shipping is provided to both the USA and most EU countries within 2 to 5 days, and you get a 24-month warranty with a 24-day right of return. So, show them some love. Click the link. For all you Zoomers or even Millennials who have never heard of the Twilight Zone, first of all, you have touched a little bit too much grass, get back inside and consume some media, but second of all, the Twilight Zone was a show that did the whole Black Mirror thing before it was cool. First airing in 1959, The Twilight Zone was a horror anthology series created and written by Rod Serling, who would also provide the iconic narration. Each episode would have a character placed in a situation that would often seem just a little bit abnormal at first. But before long, the ghouls or googas would show up, give us the best fright that 60s practical effects could muster, and we would all learn a nice lesson at the end. While the show didn't initially pick up amazing ratings, critics raved about it, with one critic claiming The Twilight Zone is about the only show on the air that I actually look forward to seeing. It's the one series that I will let interfere with other plans. Very soon, the ratings picked up and the show became an iconic piece of television history, with references all over the shop, from Futurama's recurring gag, The Scary Door, parodying the intro to Twilight Zone, to even the term Twilight Zone itself being used hyperbolically to describe spooky or surreal events. The original run of the Twilight Zone ended in 1964, but as true back then as it is today, no media is immune to being dragged from its peaceful grave to have an unnecessary remake or sequel being beaten out of its corpse. Better Call Saul was already pushing it a little bit, but apparently there's now another series in discussion. You're ripping the piss, right? Just stop. But a little-known director, you may have heard of him, named Steven Spielberg, decided to produce this particular corpse beating. And soon, production was underway for a Twilight Zone movie with a release in 1983. The movie, like the series before it, was to be an anthology, and while a rarer format to put on the silver screen as opposed to the natural episodic nature of TV, it's not unheard of, and has actually been done quite well if you do it right. See Sin City or The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. The film started with a prologue starring Albert Brooks, who you will know from Drive, and Dan Aykroyd, who you will know from Coneheads and Crystal Skull Vodka. The two characters discussed their favourite episodes of Twilight Zone, then Dan Aykroyd turns into a monster and eats Albert Brooks. Apparently, there is no Dan, only Zoo. The film then led into 4 separate sections, each directed by a different director, and each section being a reimagining of an episode of the classic Twilight Zone series, with some being fairly faithful and others only keeping a few core elements. This video isn't a breakdown of the full movie, so the only section that's really important to us is the first, directed by John Landis. This section stars the late Vic Morrow, whose character Bill Connor has just been passed up for a promotion at work in favour of a Jewish co-worker. His character goes to a bar to try and cool down, he sees his friends, he sits down, and then proceeds to go on a rant that contained more gamer words than the average COD lobby circa 2013. He then harasses 2 separate waitresses, he talks about the Jews owning everything, he talks about the people of Asian heritage he killed in Korea, now owning his house, despite his house being owned by a Japanese bank, before finally dropping enough N-bombs to make a Grand Wizard blush. It truly was quite a masterful piece of hate speech. The segment then enters the Twilight Zone, as Bill exits the bar to find himself in Nazi-occupied France. And the rest of the segment is Bill entering various situations in which the groups of people he was just disparaging are now being killed for their race right in front of him. In Nazi France, he is mistaken for a Jew and shot at. Then he is chased until he finds himself in the deep south, where several KKK members see him as a black guy and try to lynch him, until finally
and from her they
he finds
collect their
himself
most
in the jungles of
venom.
Vietnam
So if you
during
want the
Vietnam
venom, then you must summon their god. To do that, you must know her true name, and that name is on a tablet buried in Tanaris, in the troll city of Zul'Farrak, in a tomb guarded by Theka the Martyr. Defeat Theka and find and read his tablet to discover the spider god's name. When you know it, return to me.
What's up? Hurry back!
war, where American soldiers see him as a VC and shoot at him, until a grenade launches him back into wartime France. He is then loaded onto a freight train with a Star of David patch attached to his jacket, and then the train pulls away to what we know as a concentration camp, as Bill sees his old friends at the bar that he started the segment in. The standard racist man sees what it's really like type of lesson. However, this is not the entirety of what this section was originally meant to be. Bill is obviously an unsympathetic character, so a few movie executives who were producing the film decided that John Landis had to make him more sympathetic somehow, like at the end of it he learned his lesson. Landis came up with the idea of having Bill transported back to Vietnam again, where he would then save 2 Vietnamese orphans from a burning village as the GIs were closing in. And in this scene he was to escape while being shot at by a helicopter. So where you have child characters, you need child actors, and the particular child actors chosen for these roles were 7-year-old Micah Dinley and 6-year-old Renee Shin-Yi Chen. Now, the section required an outdoor nighttime shoot in the Indian Dunes movie ranch at Valencia in California, and normally this wouldn't be an issue, but something problematic for Landis reared its ugly head: those pesky child labour laws. In the great state of California, child actors are not allowed to work at night time or in proximity to explosions. But we've all seen Vietnam War movies. If you don't have a burning tree line with a full moon illuminating the faces in the trees, you may as well pack up and go home. Luckily for Landis, or unluckily, depending on how you see it, these children were not hired through a child acting agency. Nope, it was that good old-fashioned Hollywood nepotism. There are like 5 degrees of separation, but a production assistant's husband talked to their friend, who then suggested his niece Renee for the role, and the assistant's husband's friend then called his friend and asked if that guy's son wanted to be in it. Convoluted setup, but basically these kids just got the opportunity through word of mouth and being somehow related to the right people. And since it wasn't employees but friends helping out, they got around those pesky labour laws. So due to the unconventional manner of finding these stars of the future, Landis decided he would do a little trolling of California child safety laws and pay the children under the table so he could speed up production and also skip all of the checks and waivers that would normally happen before such a shoot. Landis has also said that he knew if he went through the proper channels, he would never get permission to use actual children in the scene. And they basically cat and moused the children around the set to hide them from the safety and fire officers until they were ready to shoot. So we finally get to the fateful night. July 23rd, 1982, the shooting of the fateful scene. Vic Morrow has the children under his arms and is running across a shallow river. The helicopter, a Bell UH-1B Iroquois or Iroquois...
Excellent! The more water pouches we are able to...
was actually being piloted by a Vietnam War veteran by the name of Dorsey Wingo. It was hovering at about 25 feet from the ground and following Vic and the kids, when suddenly the helicopter plummeted straight into Vic and the child actors. Now, this wasn't a case of the Vietnam pilots saw a burning village, saw Asian children running, and instinct just took over, you know? I'm sorry. It was actually because when a mortar effect went off a bit too close to the chopper, a piece of shrapnel from the explosion hit the tail rotor. The tail rotor detached, and the helicopter spun out of control, plummeting straight into the actors.
Actor Vic Morrow and 2 small children were killed when the chopper came down as they were shooting a war scene.
The helicopter crashed just before 2:30 in the Indian Dunes Park as a Warner Brothers crew is about to wrap up filming for a story in the new Twilight Zone movie. The scene called for a nighttime bombing of a Vietnamese village in which actor Vic Morrow was supposed to pick up 2 Vietnamese children and run across the Santa Clara riverbed. Investigators say one of the blasts may have sheared off the helicopter's tail rudder, and the huge rotor blade hit Morrow and the kids, killing them instantly.
Yes, I cut the footage early. No, I'm not showing the whole thing. It's on YouTube if you want to. Yes.
And the huge rotor blade hit. One of the blasts may have sheared off the helicopter's tail rudder, and the huge rotor blade hit Morrow and the kids, killing them instantly.
Yes, I cut the footage early. No, I'm not showing the whole thing. It's on YouTube if you want to see it. The three actors were sadly killed instantly. Renee Shin Yi Chen was actually crushed under the right landing skid, and Vic Morrow and Micah Dinley were both decapitated by the main rotor blade of the helicopter. I guess that's why it's called a chopper. Look, I'm sorry. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. All 6 of the crew on board the helicopter were injured, but none died, thankfully. One of the assistant cameramen on board the helicopter, Randall Robinson, claimed that production manager Dan Allingham told the pilot, "That's too much, let's get out of here," in response to the explosions being a little bit too close for comfort. But over the radio, John Landis insisted, "Get lower, lower, get over lower." The accident obviously had a massive fallout in both criminal and civil courts. In the proceedings, the parents testified that they actually had no clue that explosions in helicopters would be anywhere near their children. But by the time they realised this was the case, the shoot was already underway and it was too late to stop it. Another thing to point out is Daniel Lee, Micah's father, was horrified to see the set of a Vietnam village burning, since he was actually a survivor of the conflict. Wingo, the pilot of the helicopter, strapped on his biggest pair of balls before he took to the stand for his testimony, stating that Vic Morrow had over 5 seconds between the time the sound of the helicopter changed and that impact. Basically trying to suggest that Vic had plenty of time to get out of the way. The man really took to the stand and thought that the man who was carrying 2 children through knee-deep water while explosions rattled off all around him was supposed to notice that the helicopter was going to randomly crash. He later said that he didn't mean to place the blame on Morrow, but the comments were out there, and he was very widely mocked and derided, and rightly so. The criminal trial lasted for 9 months, with all manner of people being tried for culpability, including Landis and Wingo. But they were both acquitted of manslaughter charges. How? I have no fucking idea. Even though they were found innocent, film regulation organisations introduced tons of sweeping reforms to their safety requirements. The Screen Actors Guild set up a 24-hour hotline for people to call if a scene felt unsafe. Basically, a whistleblower hotline, which also gave them advice on how to approach their right of refusal. And the Directors Guild of America set up a similar hotline, along with regular safety bulletins and harsher crackdowns on directors pursuing unsafe practices. The FAA also decided to define that yes, you do need a waiver for low-flying helicopters in your films, which, I mean, yeah, good that you did that now after some children were killed. One was actually fucking decapitated, but it probably would have been a good idea to slap some sort of restrictions on airborne deadly Beyblades a while ago. In 1996, John Landis stated there was absolutely no good aspect about this story. The tragedy, which I think about every day, had an enormous impact on my career, from which
Deep
I may
in
possibly
Zul'Farrak,
never
the Sand
recover.
Troll City in Tanaris,
The man
there is a sacred
really pulled a
pool.
Tiger King.
From that pool,
He
the
actually
trolls summon
had the
a
cheek
huge
to
beast,
pull a Tiger King.
Godzilla.
Maybe
He's so
your
fierce
concerns
that
should have
even
been
his
directed
scales
towards
crackle
the
with
3
energy.
people,
It's that
2 of them
energy I
children,
wanna harness
who were
for my
killed on your
car.
set.
Bring me the
You know,
electrified
maybe
scale of
towards their
Godzilla.
families
But
too.
the summoning of
Maybe,
Godzilla
you
is
know,
a well-kept
just a
secret of the
suggestion.
trolls.
All in
Listen,
all, Lee.
you must first wrest the secret from them.
Sergeant Bly stole from me. He said he'd only buy.
A fairly short but fairly tragic tale.
Sergeant Bly stole from me. He said he'd only borrow it, but he stole my cherished Divinomatic rod. Without that rod, how will I know where to dig new water holes? Find Bly and bring me my rod. I heard he led his band of ill-reputed adventurers to go treasure hunting in Zul'Farrak to the west. I bet you'll find him there. Let's hope the trolls took care of him, because if you have to fight him for the rod, then you're in for a serious fight.
Long ago I possessed a beautiful piece of jewelry, the Tiara of the Deep. And not only was it pretty, it held great power for those with the knowledge to use it. So when word of the tiara reached the hydromancer Velratha, she had to have it. She sent agents to my home, and they stole it while I was away. The thieves! I want my tiara back. Go to Zul'Farrak, the troll city in Tanaris. Find Velratha and wrench the tiara from her. Return it to me, and you'll earn my favor.
The Sand Fury trolls of Zul'Farrak make a tempering agent from sandstones, and I can use that to temper the goods I craft. Yes, I can. It is highly prized by connoisseurs, so if you bring me a good supply of the temper, then I'll reward you well. Zul'Farrak is northwest of Gadgetson. Good luck.
The scarabs of Tanaris have very hard shells, hard enough to use as a building material for...
Very similar to many episodes of the classic Twilight Zone, where we find a moral or a lesson through tragedy and circumstance. In John Landis's segment of the movie, the moral was to not spread hatred towards a group of people until you've walked a mile in their shoes, during a time when those shoes were usually swinging from a low-hanging branch. But the moral that we do learn from the production of this segment was this: don't blow up a helicopter that has children under it.
It's Count Dankula on YouTube!
In this video. Oh my god. Oh, that looks delicious. We're going deep in Austin, Texas.
I'm so tempted to take this down right now, but I would like to go to the bathroom within the next 6 days.
Discovering food truck food you've never seen before.
To me, if you smoke it at a lower temperature, it's just all the flavor. You smoke a brisket because you want the flavor. You want the smoke. You're going to get the smoke.
I like that. You're going to get the smoke. That sounds roughly like a veiled threat. You're about to get the smoke.
We already made one food truck video here in Austin, and you guys loved it. Check it out. 90 billion views. Way better than Mr. Beast, actually. So we thought, hey, why not make another one? What blows me away about the food truck scene here is that there's just so much variety. Sure, New York has a lot of food trucks, but 89% of them are halal, and a small fraction of those people will flick you off if you try to film them. That happened to me. It would have hurt my feelings, except I don't have any. In Austin, it's not just about the sheer quantity of food trucks, it's about the variety. Food from every nation. People coming from Venezuela. People coming from Mexico. That's how you say Mexico in Spanish. Folks from Asia. Or American food crossed with other food it shouldn't even be crossed with. So are you ready for a wild food truck here in Austin, Texas? No? Oh, I was expecting you to say yes. Right behind me, we have our first location. This is R&B's Steak and Fries. Two brothers originally from New Jersey came all the way here to Austin, Texas to bring the locals cheesesteaks. Here's how it works. You build your own sandwich and you get to choose your own cheese. There's American, there's provolone, or there's Cheese Whiz. And this is where I'm stuck already. They say classic is the Cheese Whiz, but Cheese Whiz just feels so white trashy. Like, it doesn't contain any dairy products. I think it's just oil and flavoring. Well, hold on. At my core, I am white trash, so I should get Cheese Whiz, right? And then they have provolone, and I love provolone. I'm gonna have to ask them inside. I'm not sure. Let's go for it. I'm in the truck with Armand right here, and I have to ask you, when you build the sandwich, the first and most important decision is what kind of cheese to put on it, correct? Correct. I love provolone. Provolone's great. Cheese Whiz. Ooh. The white trash part of me is like, you should get the chemical cheese from a can, and then the part of me who is a respectable culinary ambassador for the world is like, probably go with provolone.
I think what you should do is get provolone cheese on it, and then we'll hit it with a little whiz drizzle and get you a little bit of everything flavor.
Hey, all right, whiz drizzle, like what my wife eats when I leave on the toilet seat. Sorry, babe, sorry about the whiz drizzle. I like your idea. Let's combine the cheeses and let's get started.
I'm gonna grab my meat and get started. Some people don't know that the industry standard on meat given at a cheesesteak spot is 4 ounces. We bump it up and we do 4.5. That meat kind of broken up. 100% Texas grade A beef. A little bit of the seasoning we got, a little bit of black pepper, got our caramelized onions over here. Also, we got our mushrooms as well, and also that fresh jalapeno that gives it that perfect spice.
Yeah, this looks fantastic.
Let's get that provolone popping. Nice sharp provolone cheese, just to do the trick. Hit it with one more little spray of water just to make sure it's nice and steamed up, and then cover that up. In the meantime, let me check this whiz and make sure this whiz is where we want it to be. Not your whiz drizzle, son, but ours. Just slide that right in there like that. Oh yeah. All right, son, you ready for this whiz drizzle, my friend?
Yes.
Ooh, whiz drizzle. Oh yeah. Just get a nice little cut in that. Sonny, this is your provolone whiz drizzle, onion, jalapeno mushroom, and it's ready for you to devour it.
Glorious. Boom, check it out right here. This is a lot of food. Let's start with this right here. Simply cheesesteak fries. I'm told these are award-winning loaded fries, and they look gorgeous. You can see the mushrooms, the onions, the green peppers, the meat, all of it mixed together. 2 different types of liquid cheese. Here we go. Oh yeah, peppery, delicious, soft meat, heavy cheese. The only thing is you gotta be quick. You're gonna get soggy. If they do sog up, you can always mix it with more beef, more jalapeno, more onions, and then here on the side, buffalo sauce. Is that buffalo sauce? Yeah. I'm gonna give it a little bit of hit of that, a little bit of ranch. Give me a beer and I'll be in heaven. Here, this is the main event. Take a look at that. We got steak, sticky provolone, and just a little bit of a whiz drizzle. Let's try it out. Provolone, stretchy, delicious, cheesy. Amount of steak inside. It's not just 4 ounces, it's 4.5 ounces. That's like 12.5% more meat. There's just a hint of the cheese whiz, which is nice. It's super salty. I mean, it is enough sodium for about a week and a half, and that's if you're a rhinoceros. Ooh, this is how you know it's good cheese whiz. It has a skin. People who draw blood can practice on this, seeing if they can pierce the cheese. Let's give it a little bit of a dip. All right, a big, messy, cheesy bite. I love this cheese, but I'm always gonna swipe right on provolone. It's got body, you get a cheese pull. I see the cheese whiz more like a good friend that has a truck and they help me move every once in a while. Gotta keep that friendship. Otherwise, this was fantastic. I'll make you move like your boots are on fire. We've come to another food truck right here, Venezuelan food. This place is called Four Brothers. So I've never been to Venezuela before. It seems right now it might not be the most tourist-friendly destination in the world, but in the meantime, their food is here in Texas, so why not enjoy it? If you're not familiar with Venezuelan food, like me, this will give you some hints as to what you can get. Let's start with this, the arepas. It is a gluten-free corn sandwich served with avocado sauce and garlic sauce. Wikipedia says it is a primary cuisine of Colombia and Venezuela. Then this, cachapas. Now what is a cachapas, you might be wondering? wondering? Well, it's right here. Can you read? Sweet corn pancake served as a quesadilla with cheese. Beyond that, they have yuca. My buddy Oro, who is Cuban, told me yuca means cassava, but this guy here is saying yuca means potato. I don't know for sure. I'm gonna order that too and find out. the truck with Ruben. Ruben is a little bit worried because his English, he said, is just okay.
I speak just a little English, but I will try.
So, okay, your English is much better than my Venezuelan.
Yeah, let's go to speak Spanish. Cuéntame, ¿cómo está tu día?
Sí.
Sí.
Sí. Nice. Okay, today I want the Four Brothers arepas.
With chicken or pork?
What do you like more?
Chicken is better.
Let's go with chicken. And the cachapas?
Cachapas, perfect, yeah.
Yes!
Cachapa, yeah.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
I said one word correctly. And he's like, let's go. So those two and yuca.
I got it, sorry. We start with the black beans. After the black beans, we use the famous queso de mano.
I've never seen that.
This is Venezuelan cheese. Yeah, you can try now. Oh, the people say like queso fresco, you know?
I think it's like mozzarella, but more salty. Really good.
On the top, yeah. That's the chicken.
Nice, just sizzling on the flat top. That looks great.
This is like Venezuelan burger. Now we will put the garlic sauce. This is the avocado sauce. People call guasacaca. It's like cilantro sauce. Also, it's vegan.
Good, vegan sauce right on top of that chicken.
2 slices of avocado. I like plantains. We fry the plantains and we put it on top of the arepa.
It's a big sandwich.
In the finish, 1 slice of tomato. We close the arepa with the Venezuelan cheese.
Wow, that is so thick. So that is it right there. Beautiful.
Let's go to make the cachapa. The people call it quesadilla also. It's not quesadilla, it's cachapa.
So he's gonna give this a little bit of a flip, but it looks like it's already cooked.
It's already cooked, yeah.
Just need to heat it up. So that is yuca. Yeah, I think it's a cassava.
To the fryer 4 minutes. Now I will put the famous queso de mano on the half part of the cachapas.
So that is gonna melt?
Yeah, it has to melt.
Ooh, that's thick. Is this the same as how you make it in Venezuela?
It's the same, yeah. Let's see. Deflate.
Finish?
Yeah, that's it.
Ruben, this food looks incredible. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Hey.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Right here we have 3 foods I've never tried before in my life. And what's interesting is trying to figure out what is Venezuelan and what is kind of catering to the American taste buds. For example, this is the yuca. Now, Oral called it yuca, but to me it was cassava. And I was right, so they take this and then they fry it. After that, this is the part that felt a little bit more Americanized. They take the cheese, they put it on top, they melt the cheese, and then they put on 2 different types of sauces. Let's try this out. Oh yeah. When you do loaded fries, all the fries get soggy, but cassava is stronger than a potato. So even though there's an onslaught of sauces here, the cassava is keeping its integrity. Right here, the cachapa. Only 2 ingredients. It's basically a cornmeal pancake that's already been pre-cooked. And then look at the inside. That is just a huge, thick layer of cheese. I'm gonna try to do a cheese pull. Yeah, that's good. Oh my God. Oh, that's a good cheese pull. This cheese, it's something between like mozzarella and halloumi. It is so salty, dense, thick, beautiful. So this is a bit sweet. Because this has a corn base, I thought it might be dry, but I think it's been fried in so much oil that it's not dry at all. Cheese is my new favorite. Queso de mana. Oh my God, that's all the cheese that's just fallen out. I'm so tempted to take this down right now, but I would like to go to the bathroom within the next 6 days. Right here, we have the arepa. Corn flour bun on the outside, cheese. We've got tomato, sweet plantains, avocado, chicken. So much going on here. Okay, first of all, it's ridiculously thick, and the bottom has already started to get a little bit soggy. Oh, how do I get a bite with everything? Here we go. I find it hard to believe that in Venezuela, the sandwiches are this big. This has to be Texas size. Stringy, delicious chicken. You can taste the beans, the sauce, cheese, tomato, everything working together. I love the bread on the outside. The only issue I do see here is that I feel like there's enough fillings in here for 2 sandwiches. I would say in the future, I want it to be a little bit less wide, a little bit easier to get my unusually small mouth around. That is 3 Venezuelan foods I've never had before in my life. I gotta say, excellent. 10 out of 10. That means 10 out of 10 in Spanish.
If you like to party and if you like food, then this collection of food trucks is for you. Right here on Austin's iconic Rainy Street, a place packed with tourists, but not enough to drive the locals away. Here, my next food truck of choice, Burro Grilled Cheese, where they're selling, well, grilled cheese sandwiches. But trust me, it goes a lot deeper than that. Right now, I'm in the kitchen with Scott.
Here in the kitchen, they have my dream refrigerator. It is just full of 100 pounds of cheese and then cola on the bottom. The only thing it's missing is a bottle of Jack Daniels. Where's that?
That's in my car.
All right, cool, yeah. That's what he does. He drives around and says, hey kids, take a look at this. Eat a second.
No.
Here, You guys do 4 different types of grilled cheese.
You're getting the Whalen and Willie, which is one of our most popular, and it's got a spicy maple bacon sauce. It's got caramelized onions, pepperoncinis, Colby Jack cheddar cheese on there. It's got a nice like bacony sweet profile to it.
Love it. I love profiles. All right, let's get into it.
Start off with some fresh sourdough. We got our spicy maple bacon sauce. We make this in-house. Got maple syrup, bacon, cilantro, other flavors in there, mayonnaise. Got a mount on there. So now we're putting some caramelized onions that we grilled up this morning. And then we get a few pepperoncinis. It gives it like a little kick. And then we're hitting it with the Colby Jack cheddar blend. We layer it on there. So this guy, called a salamander, kind of does a melt on it before we throw it in the oven. It's just to speed up the process, essentially, so that we don't have to grill it for as long, so that the bread can still be crispy, but not taken to too much crisp. So then we're just gonna fold her up, get some fresh butter, slab it on there, throw this guy on there, a little slab on top, and we let it work.
Scott, how do you feel about that?
I feel like I wanna eat it.
We have our food right here. Come and take a look. It's glorious. This sourdough bread is the ideal bread for this type of thing because you can't have a bread that's going to be weak or too tough that's going to fall apart. As I open it, you can see some of those caramelized onions and the pepperoncinis. The pepperoncini is the only part I'm apprehensive about because I think it's going to have a strong, dominant flavor. I'm going to try a bite without the pepperoncini first. Let's go for it. Huh? Oh yeah, toasty, buttery on the outside, on the inside, delicious gooey cheese. There's a hint of maple bacon. Now, the pepperoncini, I'm going for it. Sour, punchy, sour, spicy. I think I like it overall. Very nice.
Crimson Creek Smokehouse, a barbecue food truck slightly out of town, is strategically located across a vodka tasting room. Instead of the usual Texas barbecue style where they heavily utilize salt, pepper, and garlic, here it's all about Oklahoma-style barbecue. They give the meat a little bit extra. Marcus and Jamie are the power couple behind this meat-making machine, and he's about to give me a tour of his greatest hits.
Right here, we have a couple things on the grill right now. Tell me what we're looking at.
We have 2 tomahawk ribeyes, and then we have the bone marrow. This one has smoked for about 4.5 to 5 hours, so it should have some pretty good flavor.
And what do you put that on top of?
On that steak right there.
Oh my God, it's so rich.
This one was about 3.5 pounds when we started. Roughly be around 3 pounds when we get finished. And we finished this one off with duck fat and butter mix that we do. And then you scrape the bone marrow on top of that.
This is my first time seeing a tomahawk that's actually been smoked for hours. What is so good about smoking this cut?
To me, if you smoke it at a lower temperature, it's just all the flavor. When you smoke a brisket, because you want the flavor, you want the smoke. You're gonna get the smoke, and then we finish it off on a hot fire.
I like that. You're gonna get the smoke. That sounds roughly like a veiled threat. You're about to get the smoke. All right, let's do it.
So what we have here is clarified butter and duck fat, and what we're gonna do, we're just gonna sprinkle a little bit on top.
Oh my God.
And then we're gonna throw it on some hot fire. We're gonna have a nice big flame. We're gonna get a nice little finish on it.
Oh, that looks delicious.
We're gonna bring it back over here at our little marrow bones.
Oh, thank you. Right now I'm in the kitchen with Jamie, and she's gonna be preparing what?
Rib tips. So this is the part of the spare rib that when you cut St. Louis into the nice neat rectangle, this leftover piece usually is kept for the pitmaster snacks. We turn them into what we call rib nuggets or rib tips here, and they, in my opinion, are really the sweetest part of the pig. All right, so real elegant here with cutting that into chunks. What makes this Oklahoma-style barbecue is we sauce after the smoke, and we get these good and spicy. All of these just big, meaty rib nuggets ready to go.
So right here we have the pork belly burnt ends. It almost looks like some kind of beautiful braised Vietnamese pork belly, but I'm sure it tastes completely different.
A little bit different, but it's still going to be a very spicy, lean, and fatty combined bite of pork.
Ooh, those are big. Well,
all we'll get now is some bread and some pickles, and we'll get you ready to go.
Thank you. Right here we have an incredible wild protein-packed spread, and this is a little place across the parking lot selling vodka, and somehow it got into my cup. Anyways, right here we have the pork rib tips, and then right here we have burnt ends from the pork belly. I've never even heard of such a thing. It's too big for one bite. I'm gonna cut that in half. Ooh, you don't even need a knife. It's so soft and tender. Oh, take a look inside. You can see it's pink, it's white, it's gorgeous. Let's try it out. so soft and delicious. The outside is a little bit sweet. It's so different from braising. It's like a whole different texture. When you braise pork belly in Asian cooking, it gets really, really soft. And this is also tender, but it's like you can feel the different layers as you're chewing it. Drink some barbecue. Very satisfying. Right here we have the rib tips. The outside is so soft, fatty, and juicy. That looks wonderful. Look how dark that bark is on the outside, but how light and delicious it is on the inside. Oh, similarly delicious. Smoky, tender, sweet. This is heavy food. And so on the side, they've got pickles. Because there's vinegar in there. What's wild is that that's an appetizer for this right here. This is our big bad tomahawk. What's amazing is they said on the side, we have bone marrow, which is basically pure fat. We have duck fat, which is also pure fat. And I said, well, what do you have to like cut the heaviness? She's like, huh? Like what, like bread? So we got some bread too. Let's take a look at the marrow first. Wow, the marrow goes deep into some of these parts here. Look at that, this is all just super fatty, gritty, super rich bone marrow. Smoky, beefy, greasy, very satisfying. Now that bone marrow is actually supposed to be the dip for this. It could probably be close to rare. It's so good. So there are definitely some sinewy parts on the edges here. Incredible color. This has been smoking for hours. Oh wow, the spices are incredible. It's full of juiciness. It's very tender. Oh, yeah, right here, not fat. Give it a little bit of a dip. Hey, when in Oklahoma, do what the Oklahomians do. Try it out. Ooh, duck fat with butter? Oh my gosh. An unlikely duo, a perfect combination. It was so fatty. I chewed it like twice and it fell down my throat. Ooh, the seasonings on here. It's peppery. They got their own secret seasonings. Every bite gets better. But what I have to try now is using this as a vehicle to transport more bone marrow into my mouth. It's like eating a stick of butter and putting some olive oil on top. It is just pure decadence. Try it out. Oh wow, it feels so ripe and so wrong at the same time. I feel naughty. There's so much meat, so much fat, and so much flavor. It's rich, but it doesn't feel too rich. I thought it'd be too much though, and I gotta say, easily balance that out with one pickle. Perfect balance. Am I gonna eat a whole $125 3-pound tomahawk by myself? Yes. But should I? No. I should probably find some people to share it with. On Craigslist, where I find all my other friends. For me, I've never tried Oklahoma barbecue, but after trying this, this is like the best advertisement for Oklahoma State tourism. I want to go there. I want to try the food. I want to try the barbecue and see what it's all about. Just this small sampler platter here. Very delicious, very tempting. Well, guys, that is the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed it. Food trucks here in Austin, there is nothing like it. It's food except for it's inside a truck instead of a restaurant. Isn't that fun? They can drive it around right to my house. Why don't they just come to my house instead of me going to them? Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Peace. Oh, I'm so bloated and pretending everything's fine, but I feel so sick inside. Oh, it's too much food. In this video, I'll be touring Turkey's most extreme meats. You just feel the fat oozing out of it. I would love to see the vegan version of this. Good luck. From record-breaking doner kebabs, piled high with meat and weighing even more than meat. That is the biggest piece of meat I've ever seen. It could be a meatball for King Kong. All the way to quite possibly the longest kebab ever recorded. The fact that this is hanging on to this metal rod is like a miracle of physics. It's taller than a dwarf. We've come to our first location early this morning. If you take a look around, you can see all the shops are closed at the moment. And that's because they are preparing for this afternoon and this evening. Behind me, the doner kebab place. There's probably no food more famous in Turkey than the kebab. In Turkey, the kebab comes in many forms, but the doner kebab is king of them all. And today, we're gonna see how it's made from the ground up. Just about every country you go to, you can find kebabs. I've gone to some of the most isolated random cities in the world where there's no other international food. Boom, kebab guy. The doner. In doner
Doner kebab means to rotate. So doner kebab literally means rotating roasted meat. It can be served straight up on a plate, on bread, or in a wrap.
It is the best hangover food in the world, and it just tastes delicious in general. Now, we've come to the source, the place where they actually created this kebab. And we're gonna check out how they make it. The kebab man himself right now, he's building a big, beautiful tower. Now, I used to think it was called a doner kebab because the lamb or the chicken or the cow donated their body to the meat tower. Turns out no, that's completely incorrect and stupid. Here, he's making one with about 80% beef, 20% lamb. It takes about 2.5 hours to get this stacked all the way up to here. The way this thing is built, it's kind of layered. Right here we have beef, right here we have fat from the lamb, and so he's doing a huge fat layer right here, and then he's gonna pile on even more beef. So this has been marinating. The white stuff is yogurt, and then there's a bunch of their own seasonings inside as well. Talk about meat curtains. All this meat together, it's about 200 kilograms, which is 440 pounds of meat. That's 2 of meat, tightly condensed, stacked on here. So he stacked up about half the meat at this point, and I was wondering what was gonna happen, if they were gonna cook off all these loose ends, but no, he carves it off. My guess is that he's gonna recycle it and kind of put it up top and still keep it within the giant meat log. Let's see if I'm correct. Yes, it still gets used. It's gonna become the core of this giant doner kebab. And when he chips away at the edges, you can really start to see the stratification of protein and fat here. Beef, lamb, beef, lamb. That looks awesome. After this is all piled up, they start to roast it. Obviously, the heat source will come from here, but you still can't start eating it immediately. They still have to roast the whole outside layer, which takes another 30 to 45 minutes. So all in all, it's about 3.5 hours from the beginning to the point you actually get to eat something from here. It's a lot of work. Take a look at this. It is the most giant doner kebab I've ever seen in my life. They've capped this thing off with just pure fat so it can drip down and keep this whole thing moist all day. Right now they're making my kebab with lavash. We've got chilies, tomato, and then a bunch of meat. He rolls it up like a little burrito or like a kebab, really. Puts it in the paper, no sauce, no nothing. That is done. Right here we have my first Turkish kebab ever. These shops are everywhere. That, though, is the biggest piece of meat I've ever seen. It could be a meatball for King Kong. Let's take a look here. I got just a plate. With some of those green peppers and tomato. That comes with this piece of bread, or you can get it in here. This is called lavash. Lavash is a super thin bread. It's like a Middle Eastern tortilla. What surprised me is when I used to get kebabs is they put like a white garlic sauce inside. Here, no sauce at all. And so I'm wondering if it's gonna be dry. Let's give it a try. The bread is already awesome. It's soft, it's not dry at all. It's so stretchy. This is gonna be my first beefy bite. Let's go for it. Oh, wow. It's so juicy. It has its own natural juices inside, which does plenty to lubricate. Oh no, it has a runny nose. It's dripping. Inside, you can see some of the beef, the chilies, the tomatoes are super soft now, and I think they're adding even more moisture to the wrap. The seasonings are interesting. Not super strong flavors, but you can definitely taste the presence of the lamb. I want to wash it down with a little bit of this yogurt juice. Oh yeah, yogurty. Just in case, I wanted to get the meat alone, just to really get the full essence of the meat. Combination of juicy meat plus the char. Some of these little blackened bits carry so much flavor with them. So it's very satisfying, even without the bread. An interesting combination. I've never had beef and lamb put together like that. So I think it was just lamb alone. Might feel a little bit too intense, but the beef and the lamb play off each other very well. My first kebab here in Turkey, a big win. We have come to our next meaty location. I am in the middle of a meat tornado here, and this right here is a freaking horizontal kebab. We've seen the vertical kebabs. Flip it on the side, add 100% lamb, and they call it ja kebab.
Chog kebab. It's probably the earliest form of rotating kebab, going all the way back to the 18th century. The word chog means spit or skewer, hence the name of the kebab that consists of meat impaled on a huge spit.
Let me show you step by step how it works. Here we have the fire, and then here obviously we have the giant, big, beautiful meat log. That gets rotated occasionally. The pieces here that are cooked, they're gonna shove a skewer through it and cut it off like that. That hangs out down here for a little bit until it's ready to go over here. This is a grill that's gonna really put the final char on the meat. After they hit it with the final char, boom, it moves over to here. Each of these plates is gonna get a little bit of lavash, that super thin bread. Take a look at that. This is one of man's modern marvels. Oh, he's gonna beat me. Huh? Sands consumed. Oh my lord. Wow. It's so drippy, juicy, succulent. It's just like chipped lamb, little thin pieces. You don't need that much, and it is exploding with flavor. Incredible. We have a beautiful double course right here, actually a triple course. Usually they give you 2 skewers per plate. We got 3 per plate, 2 plates, some salads, some yogurt. There's strawberry on the bottom. You just have to mix it up. No? Oh, no, I'm getting the head shake. No, it's a different type of yogurt then. Boom. The shape of this is brilliant because they just kind of tap it and keep it from sticking to the steel of the grill. Huh? It's so good. Super simple, straightforward seasonings. You can just feel the fat oozing out of it. I would love to see the vegan version of this. Good luck. Try it with the bread. And I'm just going to rip off some of this. The bread's really soaking up that oil, controlling some of that richness. Look at this. What, oh, just eat it. Okay, I'll feed myself. Amazing. This man is so seductive. 10 out of 10, ladies. Yeah, could you do it more in slow motion? Don't put that music editor. No, put normal music. What are you doing? The sooner you eat it when it's come off the fire, the better. Just get the meat in your mouth immediately. It needs to be hot. He's back. This is our local tour guide. He's getting a taste too. Adam from culinarybackstreets.com. Book your food tour today. He brought me here. Adam. This was incredible. We got to keep moving. I want to see more. Right now, we've just come somewhere very special. I don't know how to say any of the names of any of the restaurants, but I'll show you the name right here. Boom, that's it. It's been here since 1985, and they are cooking up chicken and lamb in a way that's very unique to Turkey. Here, come with me, let me show you. Right here, this is chicken, while inside of there is chicken. On the outside, they're using rock salt.
Chicken and salt, or tuzda tavu. It's a traditional Turkish dish originating from the Hatay region of Turkey. Here, it takes the form of a chicken stuffed with rice, then packed with rock salt, cooked in a huge wood fire oven, and finally served with a fire show.
I don't know how that could possibly taste good. You're completely smothering the meat with salt, but somehow it works, and I've heard it's one of the most delicious foods you can have here in Turkey. We're gonna go inside and find out more. Right now I'm in the kitchen with Chef Omar. We've only got 3 elements here to work with: the chicken, some rice, and this salt. And this is gonna become an amazing dish. First, he takes the rice, he puts it in the chicken cavities. Now, it's not good to have cavities, but if you have to have a cavity, you want one like this that you can put rice inside of. So this rice is already par cooked, it's seasoned, it's got some pine nuts and some almonds. He's doing some kind of MMA move with the legs, getting them tied together. And then now it's time for the salt. That is a lot of salt. Chicken goes on top of the salt, and then even more salt goes around the chicken. There's no more salt that could possibly physically fit on this thing. Just kidding, he found a way. He's not really like jamming it on there, but he's allowing it to loosely settle around the chicken. From here, the chef is gonna take it away. Following him now, he puts it back in the oven, and that is gonna roast in there for 2 to 3 hours.
While we wait for the chicken to bake, we'll check out their record-breaking kebab and learn why, at least in this kitchen, size does matter.
Here, he's about to make one of the longest kebabs I've ever seen in my life. Our ingredients right here. First, meat. Half lamb, half beef, 2.2 pounds of protein, cheese, pine nuts, and pistachios. He's mixing it, kneading the meat. The way this man moves, he's very meticulous and gentle with his meat. He just gives it a little bit of a slap and then a little bit of water on top. And then we have a piece of rebar from a train track. What is this? He puts his hand in the water just to get a little bit of lubrication, but he doesn't want it to be too slippery either. The fact that this is hanging on to this metal rod is like a miracle of physics. We're already at multiple feet at this point. Oh, no. Okay. It was going to be 2.2 pounds. Now it's just an even 2. Now he's doing his final move right here. He's kind of putting these divots. If you look closely, each divot actually kind of becomes like a bite. He's literally squeezing his meat here. Now, somehow, this is going to go on the grill. And there it is. Take a look at that. Boom. Right here, we have a measuring tape. We're going to see the official length right now. It is 143 centimeters, 4'8". It's taller than a dwarf. This thing does not need long, just a couple more minutes, and it's gonna be ready. We're gonna transport this upstairs and try it out. I cannot wait. It is a moment of extraction. He's taken off the entire thing, and he's laid it here on this platter. Whoa. The This is where it gets complicated. He needs to actually remove the steel. So they're putting bread onto the meat, and they're holding down on the meat while he pulls out the steel rod, and it was a big success. Rod extraction complete. Here we have pure meat, no steel to worry about. Time to eat, baby. So I know what you're thinking, that I went to this restaurant and they made this just for me and it's not actually on the menu. False. This is on the menu and it feeds 5 people. And today it's gonna feed me and 4 other people. I'm like proud of this restaurant. I'm like, guys, you did something so cool. On the side, so many different little dips. These sauces are so ornate. Look, I hate cucumber, but it's in a heart shape. I'm maybe coming around. I think I'm gonna start on this side right here. Oh my gosh, you can see the pine nuts right here coming through. Let's try this out, just straight up. Oh. Yeah, pine nuts on their own have kind of a sharp taste, but here, the taste of the pine nut has just disappeared, and you just get that awesome texture. Oh my God. I love the combination of beef and lamb. You're kind of getting the best of both worlds. It's super juicy, heavy, and then you have a little bit of lamb flavor, but it's not gamey. Here, underneath, they actually put some more bread. This is lavosh, and that is brilliant because it's been soaking up all the fat from the meat. I'm gonna break off some pieces here and then pick a sauce. Let's try this. Here we have minced chili peppers that are supposedly a little bit spicy. Put some of that on there. Low sour, fresh, a little bit of heat. It's really smoky. I think they put some tomatoes in there too, so it's just really a hearty, bold flavor. I love the amount of fresh herbs that they have on here. I'm gonna put some mint in here, some onion, and then let's try this out. This is chilies with walnut. Give that a little bit of a dip. It's a very solid paste. It's like a thick peanut butter. The herbs take it to a whole different level, especially because food here can be really, really heavy, bold, and greasy. And you want a little bit of balance, something to go with it. Onions, herbs, this dip, when you put it all together, it's so dynamic and just completely and utterly delicious. Here we have a yogurt. Don't forget to put just a ton of oil in the middle. It looks like an olive oil right there in the middle. I'm gonna get some of this, put that on here. Wow, this is like a smoky eggplant and yogurt together. I don't even like eggplant. That's awesome. I thought this might be a little bit of a gift. Like, okay, we have long food, right? But is it good? And look, they have the combination here. It's a double threat. It's long and delicious. We can learn to dance. It's gonna be the next Beyonce. Triple threat. Already it sings about as well as she does. So.
Right now, our main event, the chicken and salt, is finally complete. Time to head back to the kitchen and check it out.
Does your insurance include chiropracticians? Let's take a look in here. Like so many of the ovens that I've seen in Turkey, the heat is coming from within. So there's a wood fire right there. We've cooked many throughout the day already for the lunch service. So there's just a few in there right now. He's gonna pull out one that's already been cooked all the way through. This is not like pulling out bread. These things must weigh 10, 15, 20 pounds each. It is radiating heat right now. It's very, very hot. When you touch it, you can still see some of these grains come off. But if you just touch it like this, it's still pretty hard. Within the hours of roasting inside, it's created this salt shell that soon I'm gonna bring to my table and break myself with my own hands, or probably with a small hammer. Chef, well done. Boom. It's not because of COVID. He's wearing gloves. I don't care about COVID. I'll kiss this man right now. The dish is on the way, chicken insult. Now, I don't know what a chicken insult would sound like. Maybe it's very mean, maybe... This is only funny to me, isn't it? The roller man is over here. He comes on a trolley. Take a look. So right now, he's gonna put on a little bit of some kind of a, maybe what's a pomegranate juice? Okay, there we go. Take a look at this. Who doesn't want to be the guy in the restaurant with a fire at his table? It's like when you get fajitas at Applebee's, but much better. Is there a song or? The fire portion of this event is lasting much longer than I expected. So right now, they're gonna break it open. Even while it's on fire, we're gonna finally see the chicken that's inside. He's got a mallet and a chisel. It's like a prison break. There are just huge, gigantic, really hard pieces of salt here. He's gonna peel them back and reveal the chicken inside. Look at that. I feel like we just resurrected a chicken from its death. It's been baking inside. Now, there's now very hardened shell of salt. He's gotta extract it and get it out onto the platter. Boom. Nice and easy. He splits it open, revealing the rice inside, and this thing is so soft. You see, it took almost no effort to get this off, and that is complete. Thank you, sir. Inside, the first thing you see is this beautiful rice, which still has like kept its shape. It's not mushy, so let's grab a little bit of rice and try that out first. Oh yeah, a little bit salty. It's very light. I would say overall these are more gentle flavors, not really bold flavors, but around you can still have your sauces like this. Eggplant with red peppers. I'm just gonna put that on the rice. That's outrageous. Why is that so good? There's like chunks of eggplant in there that are so soft, almost like a baked apple, and then it's just delightfully smoky. Let's try out some of the meat. This is the chicken breast. Anybody can make a good wing or a leg, but the breast, can you make a juicy breast? Let's find out. juicy. Not super juicy. I think the chicken breast is better. Mixed with some of the other ingredients, maybe a little bit of rice. That is the skin. That skin has come in direct contact with all that salt. Let's see if it's delicious or completely unbearable and salty. It's delicious. It definitely has a hit of salt, but it doesn't taste like overly salty whatsoever. An amazing texture. Let's rip this leg off. This is one of my favorite parts right here. Oh, wow, it came right off. Super delicious. If you're normal and if you're Turkish, you're gonna be eating this with bread, with the rice, with the sauces or dips around you. You're probably not gonna eat the meat just straight up like this. I'm told they have one more surprise for me. I got a peek already. This is awesome. Check it out. Best ever food review. Best ever food review written on pita bread and black sesame seeds. This is incredible. Gentlemen, testicular. I was kind of hoping they would stand in the wrong order so it could say food review, best ever, but this is good too. Overall, I gotta say, 10 out of 10. The show itself is worth the price of admission. That is the chicken and salt. Amazing. Let me know what you think. Oh, guys, that is the end of the video. I want to say a huge thank you to Culinary Backstreets at culinarybackstreets.com for making this happen. They are a food tour company. They're doing food tours here in Istanbul and around the world. To listen to them, I wouldn't have found all these awesome, interesting, and unique places here in the city. I always recommend doing a food tour if you're short on time. If you want to get the most out of your time while you're traveling or on vacation, do a food tour and do it here with culinarybackstreets.com. That is it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Peace.
Welcome to the Best Ever merch store, where you can check out our brand new designs. Best Ever bandanas in black, white, and red. The Please Send Nudes hoodie, pillow soft fabric with a quality custom graphic inlay. And our street food around the world graphic tee. We're now shipping everywhere around the world. Just visit shopbesteverfood.com or click the link in the description below to get your new merch today. A peace.
YouTubers, this is Anubifar. On the 25th of May, 2023, CIG released Inside Star Citizen Storm Warning. Here's what you need to know. They spoke about how much fun ground vehicles are. They went over the history of the Lynx. A VIP rover, it's fun and fancy. They spoke about how it looks RSI. It has more glass, it has more gloss, it has more TV screens, it has moving seats, more closets, more gun racks. And they said the wheels are super pretty. They spoke about the Tumbril Storm. It's a light tank concept, a recce tank. It's not limited by a ballistic ammo limit. It has external storage. It has quad tracks. It's currently in gray box. They worked on the mobility to make it easier to navigate than the Tonk Tonk, and I think it looks awesome. It reminds me a little bit of the hover tank from Cyberpunk. That's it, a fun show. Thanks very much for spending your time with me. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
executions begin.
Talk to me.
Greetings.
Glad I could help.
Hey there.
For the Alliance.
Hello YouTubers, this is Anubifar. On the 25th of May, 2023, CIG released Inside Star Citizen Storm Warning. Here's what you need to know. They spoke about how much fun ground vehicles are. They went over the history of the Lynx. A VIP rover, it's fun and fancy. They spoke about how it looks RSI. It has more glass, it has more gloss, it has more TV screens, it has moving seats, more closets, more gun racks. And they said the wheels are super pretty. They spoke about the Tumbrel Storm. It's a light tank concept, a recce tank. It's not limited by a ballistic ammo limit. It has external storage. It has quad tracks. It's currently in gray box. They worked on the mobility to make it easier to navigate than the Tonk, currently in gray box. It has gun racks. And they said the wheels are super pretty. They spoke about the Tumbrel Storm. It's a light tank concept, a recce tank. It's not limited by a ballistic ammo limit. It has external storage. It has quad tracks. It's currently in gray box. They worked on the mobility to make it easier to navigate than the Tonk, and I think it looks awesome. It reminds me a little bit of the hover tank from Cyberpunk. That's it, a fun show. Thanks very much for spending your time with me. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
Sand Fury reigns supreme. Feel the fury of the sands. Die, Outlander.
execute Order 66.
Hey, do any of you guys know who this old guy is?
What? I said execute Order 66. Do it now.
Who are you? And what do you want from us?
I'm the one in charge here, and your duty is to kill all of the Jedi.
Wait, why is our leader talking to the clones? Are you siding with the Republic?
No! I'm not.
Holy crap, it's a Sith Lord. Contact the Jedi Council immediately.
Quick, contact the Separatist Council that we have a traitor.
Oh shit.
This summer, come to the Disney Star Wars Galactic Cruiser. For the price of a used automobile, you can spend 2 nights locked in a windowless concrete building that looks nothing like these images. Concerned that some of your family members are way too quick to join the fascist regime, or give your 5-year-old a dangerous weapon to play with. While you're at it, you can teach them how to gamble, or how to haggle with shady characters in the back of bars to buy illegal goods. Perhaps you've just always dreamed of taking your family to a war zone as you help political refugees escape from the fascist government, only to have your soon-to-be ex-wife teach your daughter how to snitch on you. In the evening, you can enjoy a live performance before the public trial of enemies of the state. And to top off the whole experience, you can end it with a battle royale against the fascist government in our beautiful main lobby.
You know what I've come for.
Only at Walt Disney World Resort.
Wherever you might find yourself across reality, whether in our own world or some other universe, time is going to be a precious resource. Maybe the most precious resource. And it doesn't matter if you're only managing your own life or running an organization made up of billions. One of the most important questions you need to be able to answer is, how long does it take to get to X from Y? If Minas Tirith is under siege, how long will it take to assemble the Rohirrim and then ride to war? If your starship is catapulted into the Delta Quadrant and you're trying to get back home, will you even live long enough to see your family again? If you want a cornetto from the local shop, how much of your day is that going to take up? You might not have a precise answer in these cases, but at the very least, you can make a rough guess.
3 days ride, as the Nazgul flies. And you better hope we don't have one of those on our tail.
Even at maximum speeds, it would take 75 years to reach the Federation.
But now let me ask you what should be a simple question. How long does it take to get from Tatooine, a remote world in the Outer Rim territories, to Coruscant, the political heart of the galaxy? I don't have an answer for this. I don't even have a reasonable guess. Sometimes a hyperspace journey like this seems to take days, weeks, or even months, while other times it's almost instantaneous. And while it might be tempting to dismiss this as something that doesn't really matter or is just a bit of trivia, time is still a precious resource in this galaxy and every other. The answer of how long it takes to get to X from Y isn't some minor detail, but will always be a fundamental pillar of civilization. It affects everything. As an example, let's go a bit broader and look at how the speed of hyperspace travel between the core worlds and the Outer Rim might change the entire nature of the galaxy. If travel times are longer, then the Outer Rim starts to look like this. There might be a limited government presence, challenges in the enforcement of laws, reduced accessibility of services, limited infrastructure, economic isolation, cultural isolation/preservation, a unique identity, and in general, the Outer Rim will be slower to adopt new ideas, technology, and galactic trends. And this list is by no means complete. The impact of even one of these elements can be far-reaching. A limited governmental presence, for example, can lead to feelings of neglect and marginalization, embolden criminal elements, empower more informal types of governments based on existing power structures, and a multitude of other developments whose effects might only become apparent in hindsight. But if travel times are shorter, then you generally expect the Outer Rim to look quite a bit different. When distance is less of a barrier, the distinction between the core and the Outer Rim becomes less pronounced. Whether a planet becomes a fully developed world, or a remote backwater, is determined by other factors, resources, government policy, or various other local elements. But the relationship between the Outer Rim and the core is still only one aspect among countless others that is deeply affected by travel times. Time management, scheduling, commuting, productivity, planning, decision-making, resource allocation, cost control, risk management, communications, accountability, coordination, security, logistics, these are all things heavily dependent on that one question. How long does it take to get to X from Y? But when there's no answer to that question, or the answer seems to fluctuate without explanation, it makes everything, every element of society, that much harder to interpret and understand. As another example, let's look at Tatooine. The way Luke Skywalker described it, I really felt like I could make some reasonable assumptions about the nature of the galaxy from his feelings about his home planet alone. Tatooine was a remote world, far from anything important. A place so removed from the centers of power in the galaxy that it was easy to ignore the growing injustices and abuses within them. He might not have liked the Empire, but all the Empire really was to him was a few stormtroopers and maybe a Star Destroyer making a stop every few years or so as part of some scheduled patrol. He had no idea what life was like in the core, where Imperial power was at its zenith because news was slow to reach him. And when it did, it was likely distorted to the point where who knew what to believe. Life on Tatooine was slow, with change even slower. If something broke, you might not always be able to easily replace it. To survive, you'd need to get by on your own repairs, and maybe not pay too much attention to where your second-hand droids came from. Maybe, every once in a while, a new shipment from the core would arrive, but it would sell fast, because who knew when the next transport would get there? Might be months, or even years. The galaxy was a big place, far too big to ever see more than a fraction of it. Tatooine might as well have been completely alone, cut off from the rest of the universe. But the more I see of how hyperspace travel works in this galaxy, the less my initial interpretation makes sense. In the span of just a couple days, Obi-Wan Kenobi can travel to Coruscant from Utapau, then to Mustafar, and finally to Polis Massa. And those weren't solely travel days. He was up to quite a bit, and it seems like only a few hours were actually spent in hyperspace. An entire rebel fleet, carriers and fighters alike, can go from Yavin to Scarif, a distance covering a significant part of the galaxy, pretty much instantaneously. While these events and others might all have various mitigating circumstances, better classes of hyperdrive, favorable routes, whatever it might be, I still think there's enough evidence to say pretty definitively that at the very least, space travel is pretty fast. The galaxy is small, at least in terms of travel time. You can go from one end to the other without too much effort. Going back to what Luke said, we now need to interpret this a bit differently. Tatooine is remote, but this has less to do with its physical distance from the core worlds and more to do with the greater variety of factors. It's poor in resources, not a great tourist destination, and for most people, there's simply no reason to go there. There's still regular communication and travel to places like Coruscant. Tatooine is pretty firmly integrated into the wider galaxy, but moisture farmers just don't have the desire or money to stay that informed or take a trip. When Luke speaks of the isolation he feels, it's more metaphorical. He could hop on a space bus and be in Coruscant that same day, but it's his obligations that prevent him from doing so. Now, I'm not saying that one interpretation is better than the other, nor is this a question of which one is more realistic. There are arguments for both. But what this does decide is the character of the universe. How big it might feel to the average person or how small, and to what degree, if any, reality reflects those feelings. It decides the pace at which ideas and news can be exchanged, the factors influencing economic development, social and cultural interactions, and the ease of political integration. And if we keep on going with the conclusion that hyperdrive is pretty fast, bordering on instantaneous, the character of the universe starts to feel a little incoherent. All these little details feel more and more out of sync. In a galaxy where travel from any planet to any other planet seems easy enough, what's the point of hyperspace routes? Is travel within them faster, safer, or just more profitable? Why are so many interstellar navies bothering with enormous starfighter carriers when an X-Wing operating from a dirt runway has essentially the same range? And what's responsible for the Outer Rim's lack of development after millennia of interstellar civilization? Why is there this sudden drop in the level of development if it's not based on physical distance? What other factors contributed to this? The main problem with hyperspace travel ultimately comes down to the fact that there is no coherent or consistent explanation to how it works. With a lot of things, that might not matter too much, or their influence on the wider galaxy won't be too profound. But when you're trying to answer the question, how long does it take to get to X from Y, the answer, it's not really important, don't worry about it, isn't a great answer at all, because it is important. It's one of the most fundamental aspects that shapes the entire structure and character of the galaxy. Of course, it should be at least acknowledged that this universe is not the only one to suffer from this problem. The time it took Bilbo Baggins to reach Rivendell seems quite a bit different from that of Frodo, and while the United Federation of Planets is described as a vast entity that can take a starship years to cross, sometimes it can feel quite a bit smaller than that. But we need to make a clear distinction between these two examples and the use of hyperdrive. Whether you're crossing Middle-earth or the Federation, we have a pretty solid baseline of how long that should take. We know roughly how fast a horse can move, or how many times the speed of light warp 7 is. There might be detailed explanations going into all the nitty-gritty details, but even these rough estimates are more than enough to understand how and why these places function as they do. When the rules are broken, when Númenórean cavalry crosses 1,800 miles of ocean and 300 miles of forest in a couple nights, or when all of Starfleet can quickly show up in one place, it doesn't feel very plausible. But with hyperspace travel, we're in the opposite position. Most of the time, its rules are ignored. There is no baseline. It might as well be a magic spell used to solve a problem. And ironically, in this case, it's when the rules are followed that you have the problem. In nearly every instance, the concept of hyperdrive fuel doesn't seem to be a big consideration to most people. So when a shortage of fuel is about to doom the Resistance, it feels out of place, like it came out of nowhere. Hyperspace travel has gone from this magic solution to something with limitations, and its rules are now at the forefront. Is it missing the point then to start asking questions like, why doesn't the First Order jump another ship in front of the Resistance to cut off their escape? Or why doesn't the Resistance send out a ship that has some fuel left to go to a gas station to pick up more and bring it back to the fleet? Once the door is open, once the mechanics of how hyperdrive works are portrayed not as a magic solution that can be ignored, but at the center of a problem with a clear solution, it's really hard to close that door and go back to it not mattering. Either everything related to it is important or none of it is. And if I had to choose between a universe where the rules are sometimes broken, or one where the rules are sometimes followed, I know which choice I'd make. But that, of course, is just my opinion. And even though I can move at the speed of truth, which is admittedly way slower than the speed of lies, I'd like to hear your thoughts. How long does it take you to get some ice cream from the local shop? Does hyperdrive's contradictory nature even bother you at all? Or are you just grateful that you don't need to enter a dimension of madness and demons to get where you're going? Let me know in the comments below, and until next time, this has been Incoming. In Incoming, the Templin Institute discusses the theories and ideas found across alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards. crucial. One method, though, might be to start at the strategic level. Look at the combatants involved, the disposition of their forces, where the big battles were fought and who won. But this turns war into nothing but numbers, spreadsheets, dates, and timetables. The human element is missing. You might understand how many casualties there were during some important
you got
campaign,
them. Thanks, adventurer.
but not
You're
how
a
it
real
felt to take
lifesaver.
cover in the trenches.
Have you
and see
ever
that
seen
death play
Thistle
out
Shrub
around you.
Valley? It's
You
a
might know
mighty
when and where
dangerous
the war
place,
started,
adventurer.
but
Those
not what it was
strange
like to be in
beasts
the
there, I
crowd
don't trust
and
them
hear
for
that
a
announcement
minute.
for the first
Gnarled
time.
thistle shrubs and thistle
So
shrub
maybe
root
then
shapers,
you
that's
might
what I
try
think
and
they were
study
called.
the first-hand
Anyhow,
accounts of the
I
people
want to
who
get
lived
into
through
the
it.
valley, but
Read
with
all
so
the
many
letters
of those
and
thistle
dispatches and get
shrubs
a real
around,
sense of what
there-
war
you
was
fa-
actually like beyond the dry facts of the situation. But then you're faced with the problem that there are multiple sides to any conflict, and not everyone involved is going to feel the same way. What one side earnestly believes is the absolute truth might be bitterly disputed by the other. But even if you study the strategic level and read all the first-hand accounts, understanding any war is still impossible if you don't look at the context in which it occurred, the events that led to its outbreak, and the ramifications that followed its conclusion. War, unfortunately, seems to be the axis around which history turns, necessitating terms and eras like pre-war, interwar, and post-war. So no matter what approach you take to try to understand an armed conflict, there will always be some aspect of it not given enough consideration and scrutiny. There are simply too many facts, too many details, too many accounts, and too many perspectives. A historian might spend an entire lifetime studying even an outwardly simple conflict and barely scratch the surface of what occurred. If we try to study the war between the First Order and the New Republic, though, we end up with the exact opposite problem. Where we might expect to be overwhelmed with a wealth of details, we instead uncover very little. The strategic level, the personal accounts, the perspective of both sides, the history leading up to the conflict, and even what that conflict achieved. Every approach you might take to understand this war just reveals a general lack of information. I think it's very telling that there's no real agreement on what this war should even be called, so lacking is it in context. But before we go any further, it should be said that this is not a problem exclusive to the First Order New Republic War. I could make the same complaints when talking about the Galactic Civil War between the Empire and the Rebellion, or the Clone Wars between the Republic and the Confederacy. The difference is, though, those earlier conflicts at least had a basic foundation, enough information to understand each side, their motives, the course of the war, and the importance of the outcome. The First Order New Republic War, by contrast, doesn't have that foundation and just doesn't work. And on this episode of Incoming, I'm going to attempt to explain why. But I should also acknowledge that maybe the main reason why this conflict doesn't work is because its two combatants don't either. The Templin Institute has previously examined the deficiencies in the First Order and the New Republic, and this video is very much a sequel to those two. If you haven't already watched them, I would advise that you do. Okay, so let's start with a basic overview of the First Order New Republic War, based on those few details we currently
As
have.
the wind on the plains.
30
you are
years
always
after the
welcome here.
death of Emperor Palpatine led to the collapse of the Galactic Empire, its primary successor government, the First Order, launched a surprise attack against the New Republic. Using Starkiller Base, a weapon able to replicate the destructive power of the Death Star, the First Order destroyed the New Republic capital on Hosnian Prime, which was also the location of its most powerful fleet. Within just hours of its firing, though, Starkiller Base was destroyed by the Resistance, a paramilitary group supported by the Republic. By the next day, or thereabouts, the First Order had taken over the galaxy. It attacked the Resistance headquarters on Dakar, forcing the group to flee for the supposed safety of the Outer Rim. A chase ensued, resulting in the destruction of the First Order flagship and the death of Snoke, their supreme leader. Kylo Ren, Snoke's acolyte, assumed control. About a year after that, still in control of the galaxy but overextended, the First Order was contacted by the Sith Eternal, led by the reborn Emperor Palpatine. He promised a fleet of Star Destroyers, each capable of destroying an entire planet, and the First Order accepted. Within days of the first demonstration of these new warships, though, a galaxy-wide uprising destroys the First Order. Kylo Ren and Emperor Palpatine are killed on the Sith homeworld of Exegol, the site of a tremendous battle which involved reinforcements from all across the galaxy. Now, one of my preferred methods of analyzing the events of alternate realities is to recontextualize them in our own. It has a way of making the absurd elements a bit easier to spot. So how might this war have played out here on Earth? The closest comparison, I think, is if on December 7th, 1941, the Empire of Japan dropped an atomic bomb on Washington, D.C. Japan's only nuclear launch site is destroyed within hours by the Flying Tigers, an American volunteer group based in China, but the US surrenders anyways. The next day, the